Sorry.
Oh, absolutely. Give me just one moment.
Representative Chairman Pearl.
Yes.
So I'm getting a new gas stove delivered today, and they're just pulling up. So I have to step away for a minute to let them in the house. But I am here, and you'll see me come and go.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Verville.
And you're all set to start, Chairman Pearl.
All right. Good morning, Environment and Ag Committee. For those in person and those online, we welcome you this morning. I'm going to read this quick script. Sorry, getting a little feedback here. Guess it's my unit. Can everybody mute?
Representative Kennedy, can you check yours, please?
How about now? Oh. Representative Stapleton, you might need to turn your volume all the way down.
Perfect. That sounds much better. Thank you.
All right. Are we good now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to read this quick script. As chair of the Environment and Agricultural Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee. An executive session may follow. Please note that there is no, there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.newhampshire.us. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Christina Dyer is the staff assisting us. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. And we'll start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Aaron. Present. Thank you. Representative Comtois. Present. Representative Virgo.
Present.
Representative Davis.
Here.
Stapleton.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Mola. Here and in the committee room. Representative Kennedy. Here in the committee room. Representative Mason. Representative Mason. Representative Sanborn. Representative Sanborn. Representative Bixby.
Here in my study in my house, and I'm alone.
Representative Sofakidis.
Good morning. I'm here and I'm at my house and I'm all alone in Nashua.
Representative Bolden.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, I'm here in my office alone. My husband is in the other part of the house.
Representative Murray.
I am here and I'm alone in this part of my house. My husband is somewhere else in the house and my children will be returning later in the day.
Representative Matinsky.
Here in Keene in my office alone.
Representative Kaplan.
Here in my study in Henniker, all on my own.
Representative Highland.
Also home alone in my home office. My husband is around, but he won't be here.
Representative Perez.
Here in my office in Milford, alone.
Mr. Chair.
I am here in the committee room with all the wonderful members of the ENA.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Representative Kennedy if she sees Representative Mason or Representative Sanborn on the phone and they did not call present. No, I do not.
I do know Representative Mason will be a few minutes late. He had an early appointment.
Thank you very much. So we have Representative Mason and Representative Sanborn are absent and everybody else is there.
Thank you to the clerk. All right, we are 9:07, so we're going to go right into our first hearing, House Bill 585, allowing the prepayment of dog licensing fees for the duration of a rabies vaccination and reducing fines related thereto. And I will recognize Representative Leon to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the House Environment and Agriculture Committee. I am Representative Erica Leon, representing Rockingham District 6, Derry, and I am the prime sponsor of this bill. For years, I've wondered why dog licenses are only offered for 1 year when the most common rabies vaccine lasts 3 years. I spoke with my town clerk about this issue, and he agreed that allowing the license to last as long as the current vaccination would decrease his burden in chasing down dog owners with lapsed licenses while making life easier for residents. HB 585 allows a dog owner to choose to register their dog for either 1 year, as provided for currently, or for a period of 3 years. The intent was to allow the license to last as long as the current rabies vaccination, and the bill is silent on the details of implementation on the part of towns due to my conversations with Town Clerk Dan Healy and his discussions with other town clerks. Implementation of the current law is not standard across towns, so detailing how towns would deal with this seemed overly burdensome. One of the big questions from town clerks is how they would provide for refunds. This bill makes no provisions for refunds and leaves the current 1 year license in place as an option for people with elderly dogs or might otherwise seek a refund. The other major part of this bill is a reduction in fines associated with lapsed dog licenses. The current fines are significant when compared to current dog license fees. A spayed or neutered dog costs $7.50 each year to register, and the current forfeiture fee, which is assessed 20 days after fines begin, start at $25, which is over 3 times the annual licensing fee. For seniors who we respect with a $3 annual dog licensing fee, this forfeiture fine is over 8 times their annual licensing fee. The reduction in fee to $10 still provides teeth, but it reduces the bite for dog owners who may be facing financial hardships. Right now, the requirement to pay the dog license between January 1st and May 1st adds a 3rd visit to town hall to my annual schedule. I can't pay it in December when I pay my car and one of our property tax bills. And if I wait to pay it in July when I pay for my husband's car registration and our other property tax bill, then it's late and I have the $25 fine. I know that it's not a huge burden, but our town clerk sees lots and lots of frustrated dog owners who are in, and it would make life easier for him, and there would be a lot fewer grumpy people in town hall. And I say that would be a win for everybody. So this bill would keep dogs registered with current vaccinations, which is the intention of dog licensing. I realized that I overlooked a few points when I drafted this bill with the help of OLS. I'm happy to put in an amendment to go to finance that addresses the issues, like one of the sources of fees, if that would help you. And I'm happy to take any questions that you do have. I do have an exec session on HB 20, so hopefully I can be pretty prompt with the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So I presented this bill language to my town clerk and just put it through to see some questions that she had. And she gave me a few, and I certainly won't dominate a lot of the time. But there was a couple of prominent ones that you might like to speak to. So what about a puppy with only a 1-year rabies booster? How would that be addressed?
A puppy with only a 1-year rabies booster should be registered with only the 1-year only the 1-year license, because the intent was that the duration would correspond with the rabies vaccination.
And one other question that I thought was notable is what if the person has multiple dogs with multiple rabies expiration dates? How would that be handled?
With that, I know that that doesn't really help their burden. So maybe a 1-year license for them still makes sense if they're having to come in if the dogs aren't on a consistent schedule.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the representative for taking my question. You might have mentioned this in your testimony, but I might have missed it. What will be the cost for getting that 3-year bulk license, basically?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for your question. The cost should be 3 times the annual license, because you are simply prepaying for those additional 3 years as opposed to getting any sort of discount. Most of those fees do go to provide a lot of different services, and I think that it would be inappropriate to shortchange those departments of the revenue that they count on from those licenses.
Okay. Could I
follow up?
Thank you for taking my follow-up. Do you know what the number would be? I'm not 100% clear on what the existing number is, so I don't know what to multiply by 3 to get that number.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. For a spayed or neutered dog, and I believe a puppy as well, who's below the age of spaying and neutering, it's $7.50 a year, so that'd be $22.50 for a 3-year license. For intact dogs, it's $10, so that would be $30 for the license. And for senior citizens, they have a $3 license fee, that would be $9.
Okay, and just one more.
One more follow-up. All right.
Thanks for taking my final follow-up. I assume that the fine being lowered to $10, that would be $10 for failing to register that for that 3-year license. If registering or getting the license would cost $22, but the fine's only $10, doesn't that give a financial incentive to not actually get the dog registered?
Thank you for your question, Representative. If you have somebody who's not looking to register their dog, there's already people who don't register their dogs. Right now, keeping that intact respects those residents who are on a more fixed income, who may be the ones more likely to register each year and then possibly run afoul of those fines. If this is something where our town clerk does not rely on those fines, it's more of a hassle for him to have to chase these people down. And for most people, that doesn't make a significant difference between $10 and $25. But for the less financially secure residents of our state, it is a big difference. And I think that we should respect them in that decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take Representative Dotsie.
Thank you for taking my question. Representative Leon, I have a couple of questions. The way I read this bill initially is that the fees to the neutering program decrease, startup costs increase, tag inventory costs increase, fees decrease. So the money going to the state lab and other programs to support animal licensing in the state looks like it's going to be decreased. Secondly, I thought several town clerks also depended on their income, from dog licensing fees. So I was wondering why that seemed to be such a large part of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. As I was researching this and working with OLS, it was completely overlooked that the Department of Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory gets money from the licenses. This is one of the areas that I would be glad to prepare an amendment for the committee if that would be helpful. I know with our time frame, that may be better dealt with in finance if you choose to move this bill forward. But I would like to do whatever I can to remedy that situation. As far as the costs, right now, the only thing that would be reduced would be the fines for people who don't pay. And right now, there is a provision for a cost in order to track these people down. I question the business or the model of relying on fines from residents who do not comply, that are punitive fines, as a way of funding a department. It just incentivizes people to break the law and to not respect the laws. And I think I'm concerned if that is an important budget item in any towns. And that's just sort of a philosophical issue for me. You shouldn't be relying on fines. Did I get all of your questions, Representative?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Mola.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my questions and introducing this. Actually, I think it's very practical. The one question I did have was sort of on the reverse of the previous question. Are there any costs that are baked in right now to that $7.50 that represent just the time that the clerk has to handle it? And if we don't require the clerk then to be handling these every 3 years, even if it's $1, wouldn't that sort of you're sort of paying the clerk for something that you're not doing every year now? So is there any thought to that, or do you have any figures on what that dollar amount is that is just sort of the clerk handling fee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. As I had added these up before, I thought that there were several dollars going to the clerks, but I had missed $2 that goes to the veterinary lab. So the amount that they get is quite small and actually would subsidize any senior dog owners because they pay $3, which is less than the fees that go to other departments.
Okay.
There may be a difference in handling costs, but when I spoke with my town clerk, who is involved in the Town Clerks Association, some towns may not want to get 3 different license tags, and it may be easier for them to just annually send those out when they come around, check a spreadsheet that says that they're already paid up for the 3 years. And because if they do handle it on a more manual basis with the same 1-year tags, that wouldn't reduce the burden at all for the clerks. So I see that because we're silent on implementation, it makes sense to keep those levels intact.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, all right, I will recognize Representative Highland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. I was just going to go back to the hassle that you had mentioned about, coming in to do all of these different payments and having to think about the licensing at a different time. In our town here in Francistown, all of this can be done online. I was curious if that is the same for your town and if it's the same across the board and if that should be considered, that all these, at least the renewal can be done online. I'm not sure about the initial licensing. Just curious about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. We are able to pay this online, but when we do that, there's a $1.75 credit card fee to do that online. And for $7.50 registration, as an economist, I just can't click that box that enables the $1.75. I know that I also could write a check and drop that in the mail with the 50-cent stamp. But when it comes down to it, this would reduce the number of grumpy people in town just because they're able to get in there. It would just make everybody's life easier. And as we've seen with social distancing and all of this with COVID, it's kind of nice to be able to reduce the foot traffic because that does improve the quality of service and just the environment at our town halls. So thank you for your question.
All right, I will recognize Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you happen to have any idea how frequently fines are issued in order to enforce the licensing provisions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Right now in Derry, I believe they have close to 100 that they issue, but a lot of times they waive them if people come back right away because it makes for less contention at town hall. So they're already sending out these checks. People come bustling in and say, I'm so sorry, I forgot to pay for my dog license. And they're good people and they often waive those fines. But it just becomes more of an issue for people. There's others that obviously come in with a demanding attitude and they're probably a lot less likely to have those fines waived. But I guess the question is, are you looking to see whether or not this is actually a problem or if it would hurt the income for the towns?
But I was just wanted to get a sense of the scale of the problem.
Thank you. I don't know the exact scale, but I do know that they send out a significant number in Derry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll recognize Representative Aaron.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Representative. Thank you so much for coming in and presenting your bill. My question is, I know in my town, each year when we register our dog, she gets a different colored tag. So, you know how they would be able to manage, a 3-year, it seems like it would be so complicated for our town clerks to manage these different scenarios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your question. I also wondered how best to implement the tags because they do change year to year. And this is something that I took to my town clerk, Dan Healy, and he took to the Town Clerks Association. They were split between town clerks who would rather just annually send out that same tag, while my clerk would actually, with the size of dairy, would go ahead and order those 3 years, just like they do for license plate stickers, so that when it does come in, they would have that color and that correct tag that goes for the entire duration of the licensing. Town to town, the desired implementation differed a lot, which is why we didn't put any mechanism into this, and it leaves that implementation up to the clerks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I additionally, I don't see any mechanism here for any kind of refunds or, say you get a 3-year license for your 2-year-old dog, and unfortunately, within a year or two, the dog dies. So you're left with paying for a license for an extra year or two that you didn't need. Or even if the animal is transferred to somebody else, if it's a younger animal, how would that work? Would there be any provision for refunds?
Thank you for your question. That's another one that I talked to with my clerk, and he spoke to the Clerks Association. Having a mechanism in place for a refund would have made this very, very burdensome for the clerks. And that is one of the reasons to leave it optional. Right now, my dog is 5 years older than my son, 13. They have the same birthday. So as we've been wanting to do this, we tried to have this in as a constituent bill years and years and years ago. And now I understand why it didn't go in. It's more complex than I realized. But it's something where if they have the option, you would value the convenience of only having to register every 3 years over the potential of not getting a refund. So this is one of the many reasons to leave the 1-year license intact, especially for our less financially secure residents, those with older dogs, those that may or may not see a shorter duration of ownership. And it seemed like the best compromise without creating a need for an escrow fund or anything else that would just be far too much for such a low transaction cost.
All right. Representative Bixby, did you have another question?
No, sorry, I just forgot to take my hand down.
All right. We'll forgive you this time. Actually, that transitions into another question that my town clerk had, so I guess I'll jump in. Her question was if they are licensed for 3 years and someone has a non-altered dog and they get it altered in that 3 years, would they be looking for a refund? So I guess the answer is probably going to be similar to what you just gave about the refund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the answer would be that there are refunds. So if you're looking for your situation to change within those 3 years, it makes more sense to get the 1-year license.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the representative before I let her go? Representative Conklin, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just in listening to all the questions being asked, would this make it more complicated for some of the town clerks having a 1-year license and a 3-year license? Because it seems like they would have, they'd have to keep track of different statuses where right now it's every dog is licensed every year on April 1st is technically the time frame. Now it's a moving target. Would that make it more complicated for them?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your question, Representative. This was another concern that I had. I know that in dairy, they use more of a spreadsheet. There was some discussion about software, but I wasn't aware that there was any software in order to manage this because this is done on a list-based system, at least in dairy, and I would assume in smaller towns. They figured that they would just add a couple columns to it so that just as when somebody comes in January 1st, they're marked off as paid and they otherwise would have them as unpaid, knowing who to track down. They would have that information and just add a couple columns to their spreadsheet to keep it on an ongoing basis.
So there's one other question. I thought that the Department of Ag was going to jump in and testify, but I don't have them on my list, so I'm going to actually ask it. It was raised by Dr. Crawford about the fees going into the spay and neutering fund. Have you given any thought to how that would impact the state's revenue, because they would all of a sudden be getting 3 years worth of revenue in 1 year and perhaps not in the other years? Did you have that conversation with the department at all?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a wonderful question. Because these would be running concurrently with the 3 years rabies vaccination, I don't have any reason to expect that there's an unequal distribution of these vaccinations. So if in year 1 you have just the dogs who have been newly vaccinated would be eligible for that 3-year license. So there would be a small bolus at that point. Then at year 2, the dogs who in that second year came into their 3-year rabies cycle would then be eligible for that 3-year renewal. And the same thing on the 3rd year. So there'd be some bolus up front, but because you would be renewing these dogs on that 3-year basis and then the individual 1-year renewals, it should actually just give a little bit more money up front, but continue with those fees overall.
Thank you. I do not see, oh, Representative Aaron, one more, sorry. Snuck one in on me.
With that in mind, and I being on the budget committee in my town, certainly that is a budget item of income for the town is, the dog and cat, like the dog licensing. And do you think that that would also come into play for being a very volatile item to manage for a town budget? I mean, it's not a huge number in the grand scheme of things for the rest of it, but it's still something volatile that town clerks and select boards would have to keep an eye on as to the income coming from this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for that insightful question. That is another one of these areas where, as you look to how much is going out immediately to these different programs, the amount that stays in the town is relatively small, but it could be a significant impact. I think that probably would require more study, and I apologize that I didn't dig better into this. I had 2 bills that I put in this year. One was for improving checklist maintenance, and this bill is actually far more complex than working on our elections because there's so many moving pieces. If there's still lingering questions and this is something that you want to retain and would like me to work on over the interim, I'd be happy to do that because it is a complex topic that I think would benefit our citizens. And I would like to see this happen. And even if it doesn't happen this year, I would like to see this as an option.
Well, thank you. We'll certainly take that into consideration. Looking at the time, I know you have another commitment, so I don't see any more hands, and I appreciate you coming in and introducing the bill, and it's been a great testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Could you email us your testimony?
Yes, I will do that as soon as I get back to my computer. My iPad wasn't cooperating. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the clerk to recognize that Representative Mason has now joined us. All right. Next, we have Nancy Holmes representing herself as a member of the public. Nancy, are you able to unmute and join us?
Yeah, I think I'm unmuted. Am I?
You are good. Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, good to go. Okay. I was listening pretty carefully, but I had a cat interruption, one of those problems with working at home. And I missed where anything was said about the spay-neuter fund getting its money. The bill as written does not allow for any money going into the spay-neuter fund. And I see that as a big issue. That fund is put New Hampshire in a very good place in terms of animal overpopulation issues and our shelter problems. You know, like I said, maybe I just missed that. The other thing that I had a concern about, aside from the written testimony I sent in, was group licenses. Now, for years, I bought a group license because I had a number of dogs, and it was a good savings for me to do that. How would a 3-year group license work if it could? the other people touched on some of the other concerns I had in terms of, what if you transfer a dog? What if the dog passes away? But they didn't get down into the gritty details of it, which is, okay, if you do a refund, then does the state lab have to give money back? Does the spay neuter fund have to give money back? Or is it only the town portion you would get back? I do see this as being, I think, more complex than was thought. I also can see how the intent was excellent in terms of making dog licensing more convenient. But let's say you have 3 dogs and everybody's on a different vaccination schedule for licensing. You're still going to be back at town hall every year just to keep track of who needs what, because you can't buy, you wouldn't be buying a 3-year license for all 3 dogs at the same time. Unless, of course, you were buying a group license, which I think is for 5 or more dogs. So those are some of the questions I had. And I really hope that maybe some more thought can be put into this bill, because I think it could work, but I'm not sure the consequences are completely understood. And the other thing I have to say is about those lovely rabies tags. I have yet to have a single rabies tag last more than 4 months on a dog. I don't know what they do with them. I found one stuffed down the heat vent once. I found other people's rabies tags along the dog walking trail, but I can't imagine that a 3-year tag would ever be available on the dog after the first little bit. So, those are my concerns. Like I said, I understand the intent was nice, but I'm not sure the practicality of it is. I'd be happy to answer any questions if somebody had any questions about my written or verbal testimony.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Nancy? Do you see any hands? All right, I think we're going to let you off easy, Nancy. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to testify on this bill? All right, then I'm going to close this bill for public testimony. And actually, I think I'm going to go right in and then I think we're going to exec it right now. And I'm going to look to Representative Arnold to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to retain this House Bill 585.
All right, Representative Arnold has moved to retain. Do we have a second?
I will second that. I will second that. Representative Bixby.
Thank you. So we have a Representative Arnold that moves to retain and Representative Bixby has moved to second. Do we have any discussion from the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think that what we heard in testimony was that it seems like it's a generally good idea, but there are a lot of details that still need to be worked out, and working those out within our deadlines and within our with a limited scope for doing extra meetings at this point makes it difficult. I don't think we could get it out by crossover. So I think that it would make sense to study it in the fall and then bring back an amended version.
Representative, I also would agree that while I certainly appreciate and I like the concept, I do believe there's a lot of details, especially related to the revenue to the department and to the questions that the town clerks have raised that deserve some time that we don't have to give right now. So I would agree. Is there any further comments or questions, discussion from the committee? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. So the clerk is looking for a motion to retain.
House Bill 585. Representative Aaron.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could I just request that people have their cameras on for this?
Yes, they need to. Sorry. Thank you, Representative. I'll ask everyone to turn your cameras on. All right, looks like we're good. Go ahead, Ben.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Burville.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Stapleton,
Yes.
Representative Moore,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Mason,
Yes.
Representative Sanborn, Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Salvakitis,
Yes, sorry.
Representative Dutsey,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Von Klinski,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Highland,
Yes.
Representative Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
I didn't get to vote and my name was not called. I'm usually after Representative
oh, I'm so
Sipakitis.
sorry, Representative Bolden.
I would like to vote yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
I
Representative.
apologize for that. Okay, motion passes.
And what was the
18, let's see.
18-0? All right, thank you.
18-0.
Christina, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Can you reach out to Representative Sanborn? She has just messaged me that she is having difficulty finding the link. So would you reach out to her and provide that for her?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, looks like we have time to keep going with Will Exec House Bill 249. All right, I'm going to look to Representative Aaron for a motion.
Chair, I move to pass this bill. Relative to animal shelter facilities as per 240.
Do you have an amendment you wanted to offer?
I'd like to present amendment 221-049H.
All right, do we have a second?
Representative Aaron, we're having a hard time hearing you online. Are you able to speak into the microphone?
The microphone is sort of far away, but can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, so this is amendment 2021-049H.
All right.
Amendment to HB 249.
Do we have a second for that?
Yes, Representative Dutsey seconds that motion.
All right, thank you. And I'll recognize Representative Aaron to speak to her motion.
Okay, so this bill updates the current statutes, RSA 437:1, to allow for animal shelters to be housed in leased facilities. It also requires dogs, cats, and pets transferred out of shelters have means of identification. and through that-
Representative, if I can interrupt, you need to speak to the amendment first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, so this particular amendment says that all dogs, cats, or ferrets 3 months of age or older shall be vaccinated against rabies in accordance with RSA 436:100 before transfer. If proof of rabies vaccination is not available. It also is to the bill section that says if listed owners or agents cannot be located or refuse to retain possession of the animal, any effort shall be made to contact the secondary owner listed by the registries as soon as possible, not to exceed 72 hours. We are those changes to that section.
And I'll further add that the first section under section B was just to clarify that the younger pets under 3 months of age would be following the current statute that's in 436:100. This was a point that was raised by Representative Bixby during the hearing, and it seemed like a good idea. So I think this amendment will clarify that. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call a roll call vote on amendment number 2021-0349H and amendment to House Bill 249.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Concha, yes. Representative Virgo,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Stapleton,
Yes.
Representative Mola,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Mason,
Yes.
Representative Sanborn,
It looks like she's on yet.
Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Stavrakidis,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Dutsy. Representative Dutsy,
I believe you're muted.
Representative Dutsy,
Just give her a sec. She's trying to unmute.
There's,
All right. Representative Dutsy is giving me a thumbs up, and she seems to be having some difficulty unmuting. Oh, there she-
No, something else popped up again. Yes, I vote yes, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Representative Murray,
yes.
Representative Von Plinsky,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Highland,
Yes.
Representative Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes, the adoption 8-0.
So now we will look to Representative Aaron for a motion to move as amended.
Yes, I move the HB 249, the auto pass with amendment for TPA.
And that is amendment number 2021-0349H. Do we have a second?
Yes, Representative Dutsy seconds that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Representative Aaron, would you be recognized to speak to your motion?
Okay, thank you. So again, the entirety of this bill, excuse me, the entirety of this bill updates the statute, RSA 437:1, to allow for animal shelters to be housed in leased facilities. It also requires dogs, cats, and parrots transferred out of shelters to have a means of identification and to be vaccinated against rabies. It also stipulates that when dogs, cats are brought to a shelter which have been abandoned or unclaimed, as defined in RSA 437:18, that within 72 hours, every means of contacting the previous owner or owners is made in order for the animal to be reclaimed. And lastly, the bill requires that any dog, cat, or ferret received from outside of the state of New Hampshire be required to have an official health certificate and meet quarantine requirements before being transferred to any person.
Thank you, Representative. And this is a bill that we worked on the stakeholders with from the shelters and the various breeders groups to make sure that we had language that worked very well. So I appreciate all that had input. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll for an OTPA on House Bill 249 with amendment 2021-0349H.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Concha, yes. Representative Virgo,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Stapleton,
Yes.
Representative Mola,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Mason,
Yes.
Representative Sanborn,
She is here. She just needs to unmute and turn on her camera.
Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Stavrakidis,
Yes.
Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Dutsy,
Yes,
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Highland,
Yes.
Representative Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Before I vote, I'll ask Representative Sanborn to turn on her camera and unmute.
It looks like she may be having some technical difficulties.
I will give it just another second because I do see she's trying.
Can you hear me now?
Representative Sanborn, are you able to turn your camera on?
Oh, I'm trying. Disconnect. Well, I don't see how to do that. Disconnect.
Representative Sanborn, would you like me to give you a call to see if we can work this out?
If you would, please.
Okay.
I'm going to not allow you to vote on this because you're not able to get your camera on, but we'll certainly get you in on the next one. So the chair votes yes.
Thank you. So vote is 18-0.
All right, so we have a vote of 18-0 for an OTPA. Is there any objection to putting this on the consent calendar? Seeing none. Representative Bixby, did you have a question?
Yes, I just realized we didn't bring up the idea of putting, never mind, it's a retained motion. It doesn't go into the calendar. My bad.
That's okay.
No question.
I appreciate you keeping an eye on me. I think I'm going to take a 10-minute recess here to give Representative Sanborn an opportunity to get her tech issues worked out before we move on to doing any exec session. We have another hearing in about 10 minutes. So we'll be in recess until 10 a.m. where we will be hearing House Bill 387.
Representative Sanborn, can you hear me? Okay, on both the phone and the. All right, Representative Sanborn, can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, and can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect. All right, we're all set to go. Fantastic.
Okay, thank you, Christine.
So welcome.
Sure, yeah. It just helps if I know where I was at ahead of time. It's not like there's anything.
All right, Chairman Pearl, I just wanted to say we've got Representative Sanborn up and running, and if she just does the 91A where she is and where she's at, we should be able to move forward.
All right, thank
I'm
you.
here. I'm here.
All right, being 10 o'clock, I'm going to ask the clerk to recognize Representative Sanborn and call her into the roll.
Representative Sanborn, could you
Here.
state where you are?
I am in my home in my kitchen by myself.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'm now going to open the hearing for House Bill 387, an act relative to rabies vaccinations for dogs. And can you bring up Representative Bucco? I hope I pronounced that right. Representative, if you can unmute and
Can you hear me now?
we can. Go ahead, Representative. Thank you for coming in.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tom Bucco, and I am a representative from Carroll County District 2. I appear today to introduce House Bill 387, which I sponsored at the request of a constituent. I recognized that my constituent had done a tremendous amount of research, and she had even written out the language for the proposed bill. So therefore, I felt obligated to sponsor the bill for her. I explained to her that I know nothing about this issue and I would not be able to testify in support of the bill or to answer any questions about the issue. Therefore, I request that you call on Mary Ann O'Mara to explain the intent of the bill and to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. We will bring up Mary Ann O'Mara.
Thank you, Representative Bucco. Good morning, members of the House, ladies and gentlemen. Convulsive seizures, reverse sneezing, aggression, fear of bright things, violent itching, inflammation of the heart muscle, and chronic digestive issues. These are just a few of the known reactions in dogs to the rabies vaccine, the ones I have personal experience with. With time, finances, and the right veterinary support, some of these dogs' lives can improve, giving them a chance at a somewhat normal life until their next vaccination. In New Hampshire, we are fortunate to have the option to obtain an exemption for these dogs. However, this exemption comes with a price. As the law reads today, canine sports, daycare, grooming, obedience classes, and boarding kennels are all out of the question for these dogs, as they shall be maintained in strict rabies isolation, muzzled, on a leash, and under direct physical control of an adult owner at all times when outside. As I did my research on how this could be changed, I was surprised at what I found. The current compendium states, within 28 days after initial vaccination, A peak rabies virus antibody titer is expected, and the animal can be considered immunized. In all the years that I have owned dogs, I don't ever recall this being suggested to me. This tells me that when done, a titer is accepted as proof of response. It also leads me to believe that there could be any number of dogs who are non-responders. As rabies is transmitted through saliva, I would be more concerned about those dogs being out and about in public. My goal in taking on this project was to remove the rabies isolation stipulation for vaccinated dogs with medical exemptions. It was not my intent, nor is it my responsibility to put owners of non-responders in that same difficult position. I respectfully request that lines 7 through 16 be modified to reflect that and would welcome the opportunity to provide input. The compendium also states under post-exposure management, dogs and cats that are overdue for a booster vaccination and that have appropriate documentation of having received a USDA licensed rabies vaccine at least once previously should immediately receive veterinary medical care for assessment, wound cleansing, and booster vaccination. The animal should be kept under the owner's control and observed for 45 days. Again, we are fortunate as the state of New Hampshire does not require immediate euthanasia for these dogs. If a dog is considered immunized after initial vaccination, if non-responders are not identified, if dogs with an out-of-date vaccination are not required to be kept in rabies isolation, why is this imposed on dogs with medical exemptions who must have had at least one rabies vaccination to have had a reaction? Should I have an emergency that would require boarding my dogs, they would need to have a rabies booster. One has congestive heart failure, the other chronic digestive issues and violent itching. Both have documented reactions to previous rabies boosters. Both have titer levels well above the minimal requirement. It is my job to keep my dogs safe from harm. I'm trying to do that by changing this law. I did receive a couple of email queries, and if I may, I'd like to address those now. One was concerned about standardized titer testing and the variations of results from lab to lab. I'm familiar with only 2 labs that do rabies titers for animals, Atlanta Health Associates and Kansas State University. I know that Dr. John Robb offers to have titers done through KSU for a reasonable cost, I believe due to the number of samples he submits. The RFFIT test can be run as modified or endpoint, which is more accurate, more expensive, but not necessarily required. A modified test should be sufficient to determine that there has been a response to the vaccine. If we are to require that titers be done to validate a response, it would make the most sense to stick to one lab for all samples. Given the quantity that would be submitted, there could possibly be a financial advantage. As for standard results, an article on the AVMA website discussing pre-exposure vaccination for veterinarians includes the following. The ACIP recommends titers on a schedule of every 2 years to assess protective immunity, with a single injection booster vaccination recommended if the titer level is below 1 to 5 serum dilution. The World Health Organization's rabies titer cutoff is higher. The WHO recommends that a single booster rabies vaccination be given when the titer drops below 0.5 IUs per ml by the RFFIT. That said, there is no established protective titer, and post-exposure prophylaxis is still necessary after known exposure. According to the Kansas State Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory, titer levels or values equal to or above 0.5 IU/ml provide evidence of a robust immune response after rabies vaccination. Although the presence of antibodies after vaccination is important, a specific level above 0.5 IU/ml does not give complete assurance of protection against the disease in every individual, because there are other immunological factors involved in the protection from rabies infection. However, an overview of rabies challenge studies indicates rabies virus neutralizing antibody levels equal to or above 0.5 provides at least equal assurance of protection as does current vaccination status. That hopefully answers that question. There were a lot of concerns about what I'm proposing. And I think I've answered a number of them with my testimony and also that response.
All right, thank you, Ms. O'Meara. Why don't we open it up to some questions from the members of the committee? Representative Bolden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for testifying today and for taking my question. I noticed that the paragraph that's being amended applies to dogs, cats, and ferrets, but the amendment or the bill only addresses that that all of this titer testing would apply to dogs. Is there a reason why cats and ferrets are not included in this bill?
Well, I have to say it's simply because I'm a dog person and I don't have enough information how it affects cats or ferrets.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Safakidis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Dr. Rob that you talked about, he testified before us the last time this bill came up, and he testified that he had lost his ability to give rabies shots because he was not giving the full dose. And I was wondering if his privileges have been restored.
I'm not sure about that. I know that there's been a lot of controversy. I read Dr. Rob's information and I read it and I think about it. I mentioned him simply because he is offering this service to pet owners, and you don't have to be a client of his. Your own veterinarian can pull the blood, have it spun. All Dr. Rob is offering is that you get it submitted through his account, which keeps the cost to a minimum for pet owners, because having titers done can run into the high numbers.
All right. Any other questions from the committee? Screen. All right, thank you. Representative Bucco, you had your hand up. Did you have a follow-up question or testimony that you wanted to offer?
No, I did not. No.
All right, thank you. Representative Everett, did you have a?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, Ms. O'Meara, thank you so much for coming and testify today. I'm interested to know more about the exemption. If animals, say we did have some sort of way in which to really determine accurately titer counts, how, for any animal that did not, or that did have a titer amount and could be exempted from getting a rabies shot, what would you recommend for the current exemption? The animal has to be in isolation and under certain conditions, and how would you see that they would be treated any differently than any other animal?
I believe that a dog that has a current medical exemption should be treated the same as a dog with an out-of-date rabies vaccination, which is exactly what I referenced from the compendium. They don't need to be in isolation. They simply need to be boosted. I don't understand why it's any different for a dog who's had a reaction. It seems a little bit severe for me to have to put my dog in rabies isolation, excuse me, when clearly they have protection from rabies just by the fact that I had their titers done last year and they were way above the 0.5 limit. So I don't understand why they need to be in isolation. They've done nothing wrong other than to have a reaction to a very difficult vaccination. They should just be allowed to be dogs. And I think you'll find that anybody who's had a dog who's had a severe reaction isn't going to be letting their dogs out running free and bothering other people. Most of those dogs don't really want that kind of a life after that. That's providing they can even recover from the reactions that they've had. I hope that helps.
Representative Highland, I'll recognize you for a question.
Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to get up to speed a little bit on, is this bill a preventative measure or is this in response to an increase in rabies in the community? Thank you.
For me, it's neither. For me, it's having a dog who's had a severe reaction, spending hours, lots of money, lots of worry, helping that dog get back to somewhat normal, who now can never go anywhere or do anything. I can't take my dog to a training class. I can't really go anywhere with my dog unless it's on a 6-foot lead or muzzled. I used to compete in dog sports. I used to love taking my dogs to training classes just for fun, just for the social aspect of it. And yes, I understand things have changed that way right now, but you know, what's to say that in the future, I get another dog who also ends up with a reaction to the rabies vaccine. I choose to get a waiver. I now can no longer do anything with my dog. Lots of people get dogs to compete. That's what their hobby is, dog sports. Suddenly, they're no longer allowed to do that. So it's simply to allow these dogs the freedom that dogs with a lapsed vaccine have. There's really no difference in my view.
Thank you. Representative Kaplan, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. And thank you, Ms. O'Meara, for coming in. I didn't know that some dogs, you know, got allergic reactions to the rabies vaccine. I suppose that's you know, not that surprising because those things do happen with vaccinations, but it sounds like it's more frequent than we assumed. But the way I'm reading it, your bill as proposed, it seems to be mandating all dog owners to receive this titer test after getting the rabies vaccination. And it sounds from your testimony that that wasn't your intent. Is that correct?
Actually, I would love to see dog owners have a titer done after the initial vaccination, just to ensure that there is protection there. And that is in the compendium. And I think that the way it's written in the compendium is a bit confusing because there's nothing else in any of our laws that say that we'll accept titers. But in that particular section, that's what it says, that you have to, that unless somebody knows some magical way to tell that a dog has received protection from that first vaccination, the only way to tell is to do a titer. And there are a number of reasons why a dog wouldn't respond to the vaccine.
Follow-up question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. O'Meara, do you know how common it is for dogs not to respond to a vaccine? I mean, it seems like from what I know of most vaccines in humans, that's a pretty rare occurrence. So, I mean, is it more common than we think?
I think it's a lot more common than we think. And I think one of the biggest problems is that the reactions are not recognized as such. For example, I have one dog who, when she had her last rabies booster in 2018, within hours after returning home, she started frantically chewing on herself. Nothing would help. So if I called my local vet, they would just probably put her on some sort of medication that may or may not help. It's not fixing it. It's not taking that problem away. It's just a Band-Aid. So how many other dogs out there are itching? How many other dogs have seizures that are like just out of the blue for what most people say, well, just for no reason. I don't know what happened. He just had a seizure. But you can usually track a lot of those things back to after the rabies vaccination. Unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to be an issue for most people. Maybe it's only an issue for me, but I've seen it enough times that I know it's a problem. I used to be an obedience trainer. I used to be a pet behavior counselor. The number of dogs that I saw with behavior issues that were just clinical.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna interrupt, keep you to the question because we have several more hands up. So Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just out of curiosity, what is the cost of the titer test? And as Kaplan mentioned before with the language of the bill, talking about titer tests being more vastly used, mentioning that wanting them after a dog gets the vaccine to know that they are responding. What the cost would be and then how much that would be to the owners. I'd see possibly unnecessary costs if they've already paid for the vaccine and then now you're asking for them to do a titer test on top of that.
The cost is going to vary depending on whoever your veterinarian is. They're going to charge you whatever they feel they should be charging you. That's the benefit that Dr. Rob is offering pet owners. His charge for having a titer sent to KSU is $55, as opposed to $100 plus that you would pay if you went just through your local vet.
All right, thank you. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm a cat owner, not a dog owner, so this I apologize if this is naive. But if a dog cannot have a rabies shot and gets exempted, does that mean, what does that mean in terms of their ability to run in the yard? If you have a closed-in yard, do they still have to be on a leash? Do they still have to be muzzled? Or are they free to roam at that point?
Well, the way the law is written today, I can interpret it as if my dog has a waiver, anytime I take it outside, it needs to be muzzled and on a lead. I'd like to think that it would be okay to let my dog run in my fenced-in yard. But as far as walking my dog down the road, I live in the middle of nowhere, yet technically my dog should still be muzzled and on a 6-foot lead. So it does really restrict, and it's anytime the dog is outside, which means if you take your dog anywhere, it has to be muzzled and on a lead. So there really is quite a bit of loss of freedom.
All right, thank you. Representative Highland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. I just was wondering within the research if you found precedent for this in other states and how they're handling, if there's any other example of using the antibody test within 30 days elsewhere that we might see, the system, how they're using it, how they implemented it, that type of thing. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't know of any. I do know that the state of Delaware just recently passed a bill accepting titers as opposed to just vaccinations in lieu of vaccination. So there is a precedent there. That's not what I'm suggesting with this, but I don't know of any other states that are actively accepting titers just as proof of response.
Thank you. Representative Hamola, did you have a question?
I did, but it was
Okay.
OB. Thank you.
All right. Representative Murray is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you also for taking my question. So one of the things I'm hearing some conversation around an avenue of utilizing a testing laboratory outside of the state of New Hampshire, but I'm curious how many facilities with veterinarian facilities within the state of New Hampshire, do you have an idea of what laboratories they may utilize in titer testing, or would I'm just you keep referencing this Dr. Rob and sending the tests in that direction. Would a licensed New Hampshire veterinarian, are you suggesting they would then send their samples to this doctor? I'm a little bit confused.
No, if you were to go through Dr. Rob, you would take your dog to your own veterinarian, ask them to draw the blood and spin it, and then you would have already printed off and paid for the test through Dr. Rob's website. You only need to stick your paperwork and the vial of serum into the mail and send it off to Kansas State University. If you were to have the titer test done or do the whole process through your own local veterinarian, they would do the same thing. They would draw the blood, spin it, and they would fill out the paperwork. They would send it to Kansas State. The difference is the cost. That's it.
Follow up, if I may.
Sure, follow up, Representative Murray.
Thank you. Do you know if choosing one avenue or the other would have any responsibility placed on the veterinarian if you chose to send it through the license of another doctor? Does that affect the veterinarian who is assessing your animal? Do they have a burden of responsibility to then communicate in any way with the other person? Dr. Rob?
I'm not really sure. I think that's a question for a veterinarian, but I know that I did have a titer done through Dr. Rob because I wanted to try it and see what happened. And it was fine. My local vet had no problem with that. I did retiter my dogs because the one with Dr. Rob was just a basic one, and I wanted the full numbers on my dogs. So I had it done through my own vet simply because it was easier. It's like one-stop shopping.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So to get a titer test, it sounds like we have to draw blood to get it done.
Yes.
And if you're using Dr. Rob, you keep mentioning, who's drawing the blood?
My local veterinarian was more than willing to draw blood, spin it, and hand it over to me so that I could send it off to KSU with the label that I had from my transaction with Dr. Rob.
Follow up? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess, we're hearing testimony saying that the local vet can do it or Dr. Rob can do it. But technically, your local vet has to handle the animal no matter what. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we will pull up Joyce Aravella.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a quick question of you before we proceed?
Certainly, go ahead, Representative.
So I was just wondering how many people we have more testifying, and if you could just, if it's a relatively short number, could you let us know who they are?
Sure, we have three additional testimonies. Joyce Aravella, Angela Ferrari and Stacy Ober from the American Kennel Club.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, is Aravella, are you up yet? Can't find her.
Here.
Ms. Arabella, if you're out there, could you put your hand up, please, so we can find you? All right, I don't see that. All right, moving on. Next, we'll pull up Angela Ferrari from Dog Owners of the Granite State.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Angela.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you to the committee for listening to my testimony today. I'm here representing Dog Owners of the Granite State, who opposes this bill. We want to thank Marianne for her thoughtful attempt to solve her concern for her dogs, and we do understand that there are reactions to the rabies vaccine. However, as this bill is written, although intended to allow provisions for dogs that do not adequately react to a rabies vaccine, it actually adds unnecessary and unproven testing following rabies vaccines for all dogs in New Hampshire. So if you think about all of the dogs that have to get a rabies vaccine, and that is everyone who's going to get their dogs licensed, with few exemptions out there, they will all need to follow up that vaccine with a titer. As I think we're all starting to understand, that is costly, not just for the test itself, which needs to be shipped out to Kansas State. I looked it up, and that test runs a minimum of $90. And then we have to add in the shipping fees and the cost for your veterinarian to draw the blood so that that test can be sent out. So, we're looking at over $100 over that, in addition to the cost of the previously done rabies vaccine. And this is just to check to see if this dog has indeed had enough antibodies to react to that vaccine. What happens if the titer comes back too low? Now the dog needs to be revaccinated, so there's another $50 to $60. And additionally, an additional titer would need to be done, which is, as we stated, over $100 there. So we're looking at close to $400 just for 2 rounds if a dog did not accept that initial rabies vaccine. And that's putting a lot of burden on the dog owners of New Hampshire. As far as, we're aware, we have not been seeing a rise in rabies cases in the pet community where dogs are not accepting these vaccines. So we do feel that our current method of requiring that rabies vaccine is sufficient and working properly. And the added burden of these additional costs for titering would probably drive down adherence to rabies vaccines in general. Not every person can even afford that additional cost for 1 round of rabies titering, let alone 2 or potentially even more. And that's just for 1 dog. Many of us have multiple dogs, and that cost would get very expensive. I also want to mention that I think it's hard to require everyone to do titering when titering isn't even approved in lieu of revaccinating. So for standard titer testing, for example, when my dogs need to get their parvo booster or distemper booster, we use titer testing to check their antibodies. That's very standard for those type of diseases, which are very different than rabies. And we can do that in lieu of revaccinating them because if they have the antibodies, it shows that they do not actually need to be revaccinated. However, in the case with rabies, looking at the Compendium of Animal Rabies Prevention and Control, which was referenced earlier by Mary Ann, they are saying that titers do not directly correlate with protection because other immunological factors also play a role in preventing rabies, and our abilities to measure and interpret those other factors are not well developed. Therefore, evidence of circulating rabies virus antibodies should not be used as a substitute for current vaccination in managing rabies exposure or determining the need for booster vaccinations in animals. You can see that and some additional quotes that I have in my written testimony that was submitted, but I feel that, until we can actually trust the rabies titer as an option for replacing revaccination, that it doesn't have a purpose to be written into law to confirm whether a dog has accepted the vaccine and may subsequently require an additional one. Marianne, she mentioned that, the purpose of this bill was to try and avoid vaccinating dogs who have reactions to the vaccine. I actually see this bill as having potential to be over-vaccinating dogs if that titer test comes back low, which isn't even proven that it means the dog is truly not covered by that initial rabies vaccine. Later in the bill, it does go on to talk about those who are exempt and what the protocols would be. And I do think that that is an area that we could dig into further, because having dogs quarantined, muzzled, not allowed off lead, things like that, because they have had a reaction and have been given an exemption, I do agree that we do need to do a little bit of work there. But I think until rabies vaccines and titers are proven and legally accepted, we should not be putting any requirement in law for their use, and we should revisit this part of the law at that time once they are approved. And I would be willing to take any questions. Thank you.
Angela, sounds like we may have the makings of another bill here that we'll have to look at for another year. Any questions for Angela from the committee? Representative Murray.
Hi, yes, thank you for taking my question, and thank you to Ms. Ferrari for taking my question. So my question is actually around, in addition to sort of the information from the compendium you stated, do you have any concerns with potential, if a dog were to bite somebody, would this have any potential to maybe cause undue anxieties or justly concern over needing a person to be vaccinated themselves against rabies for any reason? That's generally my question.
Thank you for your question. If I understand it correctly, I don't think that it would cause any additional concern. Current law has been followed very well. We have not seen reason to make adjustments to the law with concerns of dogs not accepting that initial rabies vaccine in their follow-ups. So I think, there might be a community that is going to grow in concerns with the start of these discussions happening about these rabies titers being available. But I think that there's just not enough research and documentation that proves that these titers are truly working, that we should be relying on them to that extent.
One more follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead, follow up.
Thank you. Do you know how long roughly it would take to get a titer response back, even from one of these facilities or labs, like in the event that something did happen and there was a question about the titer levels? How long does that process take? Do you know?
So in my experience with different labs, it varies. First, you have to remember that you need to get into your vet. So there's going to be the delay for getting that appointment. Nowadays, appointments are few and far between with COVID and everything we've been dealing with. So there could be a week delay there. Then you need to get it shipped off. So you're going to probably overnight it. So you're going to have another day there. And then you need to make sure that the lab receives it within their testing window. Otherwise, there can be delays added for when they will get to your sample, in addition to, other samples that they might have ahead of yours. I have had it take over a week to get results for other standard testing that I've done. I've never had a titer test for rabies done, so I can't speak to it specifically, but just know that it isn't, a super fast turnaround.
Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ferrari, for taking my question. I have a couple of questions. I I would like to be able to ask these questions of the state vet because I think he might, I'm sure he has the answers, but you might have the answers and he's not going to be able to speak today. So I was wondering if you have any sense of how prevalent rabies is in wildlife and what the risks are for animals getting bitten and having it transferred to pets.
Unfortunately, I do not have the answer to that. I have not personally ever heard of anyone whose dog has, or cat, etc., has been bitten and had a concern for rabies. And I have a pretty wide network within New Hampshire of dog owners due to the dog owners of the Granite State Group, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some out there.
All right, I know that last year he had mentioned that there was a case of a sheep who had been bitten by something and contracted rabies in the town next to mine. So that was, apparently it is out there. And if I may have a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
You brought up some information about the compendium suggesting that there's not, that the titers are not really reliable at this moment. And I'm not sure how much you know about the way that the immune system works, but in his testimony, Dr. Crawford mentioned something about there being different types of immunity, one from cell that goes along with cells, and one that goes along with antibodies that are in the body fluids, and that it's not really clear how those two work yet. But you might have immunity from one, but even if the other doesn't show up. Do you know anything about that?
I do not know scientifically. I have heard, that there are the two different types of immunity. And in regards to how I mentioned parvo and distemper titers, those are widely accepted and very reliable, versus the rabies titers are not yet because they're a different type of disease. So maybe those are the two type of things that cause them to be different. But hopefully Dr. Crawford will be able to elaborate on that for you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Unfortunately, Dr. Crawford isn't going to be able to testify today. He sent in an email. He has a Board of Veterinary meeting, and so he's unable to be in two places at once. But we'll have to have him work on his Zoom skills and have one in each ear. Is there any further questions for Angela before we let her go? Well, I can't see anymore. I just kicked from the webinar. So do you have any hands up? Representative Murray, did you have another question? No. Any further questions from the committee? All right. Thank you, Angela. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we will bring up Stacy Ober from the American Kennel Club.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for a moment to speak in opposition to House 387. As you know, the American Kennel Club is a 135-year-old nonprofit organization that's a recognized and trusted expert in canine health, breeding, training, and responsible dog ownership. Our clubs have raised, and our affiliate Canine Health Foundation has funded more than $59 million in canine health research. I'm grateful that Ms. O'Mara has reflected on the importance of strengthening the human-canine bond by participating in performance events and other dog sport activities. AKC sanctioned 141 events in New Hampshire back in 2019, in which more than 24,000 dogs participated. I just want to not repeat anything that you've heard, and a lot of thoughtful questions from committee members, which I appreciate. I just wanted to acknowledge that there is no cure for rabies, and it's deadly if it's contracted. And it's a zoonotic disease, so it's transmissible among mammals, including humans. That being said, I think that there has been growing questions around this idea of rabies titers, antibody titers. And my understanding is that the National Association of State Public Health Veterinarians review that compendium on an annual basis. And so rather than amending state law, which all of the states' laws reflect what the compendium, which is the expertise of our state public health veterinarians, rather than
Stacy, I think we lost you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I got you back now. Sorry.
The forum for the they review the compendium annually and look at the scientific literature. Again, there was one question about, or a point made, that some states are requiring rabies virus antibodies. And so I do have a link to the compendium in my written testimony for you all on page 4 of the compendium at subsection 11. I just want to read one sentence to you. It says some jurisdictions require evidence of vaccination and rabies virus antibodies for animal importation purposes. So that's the limited use that I see in the compendium when I reviewed it in anticipation of drafting testimony for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Any questions from the committee? All right, not see. Oh, Representative Bixby just put his hand up. Go ahead, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I was just wondering, this is a question asked before and the person and Ms. Ferrari wasn't able to answer it. And I wonder if you have any data on the prevalence of rabies in wildlife and, and how that creates a risk for pets.
Sure. I can say that I've not seen a lot of transmission by wildlife to domestic pets. What I have seen from the perspective of AKC, which monitors what goes on across the country, is isolated incidents of dogs that are transported into this country from other countries. Back in 2019, for instance, the United States Centers for Disease Control issued a ban on importing animals from Egypt because there were 2 cases tracked where animals that were imported into the country were infected with rabies and ended up in shelters and transmitted that way. So I've seen some examples of where rabies has been transmitted into the country, but no incidents with regard to exposure to wildlife. At least not recently. I think the last case I saw in Rhode Island was a cat back in 2013, Representative, that had been bit and needed to be quarantined. And the owner unlawfully crossed the state border from Massachusetts into Rhode Island with an infected cat that was supposed to be quarantined after a bite. But that was the most recent case that I came across.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Murray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you, Ms. Ober, for taking my question. Isn't it true that vaccines generally for rabies are preventative and prophylactic in nature? Because once any symptom would show, as you noted, it's incurable at that point, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes, I've heard presentations from state veterinarians where they could not overemphasize the importance of prevention because there is no cure for rabies.
Thank you.
It's a deadly, death is inevitable if contracted. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Ober? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Ober. Appreciate your testimony.
My pleasure.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this bill? Please raise your hand. All right, Commissioner Jasper has his hand up, so would you bring him up? Commissioner Jasper, are you able to unmute?
Excuse me. Hope, can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
For the record, I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in opposition to the bill this morning. Two previous speakers have said much of what I wanted to. You do have the email from Dr. Crawford, which really goes into the detail of what needs to be said. I just think I need to remind everyone, hopefully I don't though, that the reason we have our pets vaccinated is for human protection, not for the protection of the pets primarily. It's to protect the public from rabies. And you've heard that titers is not an indication one way or another as to whether there is immunity and protection from rabies. As much as one of the previous speakers would like you to believe that it is. The study that we waited for last year came out, and it did conclude that the current study was not able to prove a protective rabies titer standard. And that was the purpose of the study. So in the very study that intended to prove the case was unable to do that, I think we all understand that it would be unwise at this time to pass a bill that does not have the scientific proof behind it. And I guess that's really all I need to say at this time, and would urge you to find this bill inexpedient to legislate. I'd be glad to answer any questions that I might be able to.
Commissioner Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Commissioner for taking my question. I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this question, but I just thought of it while you spoke. Do you happen to know the cost of post-exposure prophylactic treatment in humans for rabies exposure?
No, I don't. I know it's changed quite a bit over the years, but it is not a cheap process, and certainly, once a person has rabies, it's a very serious disease, and the fact is that we need to continue to do what state law is required to be done at this point. And as unfortunate it is for animals and the owners of the animals who may have reactions to the rabies shot, I really believe that that is secondary to the concern of having humans exposed to possible rabies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming today to testify. In our hearing today, there was some discussion, just brief discussion regarding the exemption of animals who have had negative reactions to rabies vaccination. And, pet owners who opt for this exemption through the state veterinarian's office, they've expressed a desire to see some sort of easing of the manner by which their animals can be kept. Do you foresee, any way in which we might be able to proceed with that in a very safe manner so that these animals don't have to be, so stringently, especially in a controlled environment in their own home? Is that something that we might be able to discuss at some point with Dr. Crawford?
That might be a subject of, thank you for the question. That might be a subject for another bill at another time. I certainly don't think that it is currently. I think we'd have to have more information as to how many of these animals there are out there, and I don't have that information. I do know that the reaction is extremely rare, and that's according to the compendium. And, again, we're talking about public health here, and obviously a dog that is kept isolated and not in an area where they're exposed to wild animals have a much less likely chance of developing rabies, but we would need to have some serious discussion about this, do a lot more research. So while we're always glad to have discussions about these things, this bill is not the vehicle for that, in my opinion. And again,
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions for Commissioner Jasper? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this bill? We have Nancy Holmes. Nancy, did you want to come on?
Yes, this should work. Am I unmuted now?
You're on. Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, great. Nancy Holmes. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. And of course, I'm going to have dog background for your amusement. I have a couple of things. As Commissioner Jasper said, this is about human health. As much as I empathize with Ms. O'Mara's situation with her dogs, this is about keeping people safe. To keep people safe, you want to increase the compliance with rabies vaccination, not decrease it. I believe that requiring every dog owner to pay for titers, which are pretty much not conclusive of anything, is not going to increase compliance. It's going to decrease it. In my written testimony, I have a quote from the CDC about serological titers for rabies. Titers do not directly correlate with protection because that immunological factors also play a role in preventing rabies. And the ability to measure those is not developed. Therefore, evidence of circulating rabies virus antibodies should not be used as a substitute for current vaccination in managing rabies exposures or determining the need for booster vaccinations in animals. So the CDC says no, and I kind of believe them. The other thing is that we have a mechanism in place right now where you go in and at like 3 to 4 months, you get your puppy vaccinated for rabies. It's known that that might not completely cover it, so that before the dog is a year old, you get a second vaccination to increase the response to the rabies virus. So we've already got a situation in place where we're planning for is a potential for a few dogs not to be immunized with that first shot, so you go for a second one. And then I believe the next series is you get the next vaccine a year after that second one, and then after that you can do a 3-year vaccine. There is Representative Bixby was asking about rabies. We have both fox and raccoon rabies, as far as I know, in the state. And I know there are situations where animals have been exposed. I know the situations where humans have been exposed to wild animals with rabies. I think the most recent one I can remember is the coyote that the father had to beat off of his little kid. I personally have seen a raccoon in the middle of the street attacking car tires as they went by. That was a sick animal. That was most likely, in my opinion, rabies. You know, the other thing is, should this go forward and dogs be able to go out in public without a muzzle, without being on a leash, be boarded, be in play groups and so on without that rabies vaccine? Is it going to be the owner's responsibility to notify all the people who may come in contact with this animal that their dog is not immunized against rabies? What kind of impact is that going to have on doggy daycare workers, on people who board animals, and so on? I just don't think it's safe. I mean, I certainly wouldn't want my dogs going to even a dog park situation where unmuzzled, unvaccinated against rabies dogs was there. Is simply for the safety of the dogs and the people who are also there. I'm looking to see if I had anything else I had in my notes for you know, the only other thing I had was that I think everybody who's spoken against this bill, as I am, is taking into account the best interests of the most animals and the most people. I have a great deal of empathy for Ms. O'Mara not being able to compete with her dogs, but lack of rabies vaccination is not the only thing that would keep somebody from doing that. And you still keep and love the dogs and comply with whatever their needs are, whether it be they've ripped a cruciate ligament or something else. So saying, well, I can't compete in sports with my dogs because they haven't had their rabies vaccine, I don't think that is valid. You know, I think this bill needs to be ITL'd, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Sure.
All right, that's the last hand we have. So I will this time remember to read the blue sheet, as I forgot to on the last bill. So we have 87 people signed in, 1 in support, 88 signed in, 1 in support, 1 opposed, and 1 neutral. All right, with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 387, and we have about 1 minute. We're going to open the next one on HB 322. All right, it is 11 o'clock. I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 322. I do not see Representative Testerman in our group. If you're there, Representative, could you please raise your hand? All right, not seeing, I'm going to ask Representative Aaron to introduce House Bill 322, an act requiring a color photo of a dog, cat, or ferret on a rabies vaccination certificate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a courtesy to the sponsor of this bill, House Bill 322, I would like to introduce this bill. It requires that a color photograph of a dog, cat, or ferret be on the documents for the animal in question. And that's what it is.
All right. Representative Aaron, I appreciate you. Representative Bolden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the sponsor is not able to be here, who should we ask questions about the bill to? And I mean, obviously not Representative Aaron.
I think you probably have to ask them of the folks that are testifying as we go forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. So we'll bring that back up Nancy Holmes.
Oh, aren't I lucky? And aren't you guys lucky? Here I am again.
Welcome back.
I sent in written testimony on this, in which I included a couple of pictures for your amusement. One is of the same dog at different ages. You'll notice that the dog looks completely different. We won't discuss how the dog looked once groomed down to have less coat than that. The other picture I sent in was a pair of cats. One is my orange cat, and one is my cat that when I got him, he looked like a tabby Siamese. Not long after that, he darkened up because he has the Siamese gene, although he was a barn cat. And those pictures of the white cat and the dark tabby cat are the same animal. My point in all of this is that pictures on a rabies vaccination certificate are absolutely useless. I defy most people to be able to tell the difference between any number of different dogs that are the same color and the same sex. Most of you may have at some point or other tripped over a dog show on TV, or maybe actually watched one in person. One of the comments I frequently heard at dog shows was, how is the judge telling them apart? Now, you have to have a trained eye to be able to do that. I'm going to give you one more anecdote, just to let you understand how useless this process would be. Never mind costly, but just useless. I had a young woman come and visit my house with a puppy of the breed that I raised. She asked if she could put the puppy down to play with my dogs. I had some similar age and some older ones at that time. After a few minutes, the owner in a panic asked me, but which one is mine? Now, this is a puppy she'd had for 6 weeks, and putting it down in a bunch of similar dogs, she could not pick her puppy out of the pack. Fortunately, I could, although I was tempted to just say, no, it's that one. I didn't, I let her go home with her puppy. This is the problem, is people, never mind, people in person can't tell one dog from another, never mind in a picture. So I don't see any point to it. And then you go into all of the costs to the veterinarian, which will be passed on to the owner. Again, I'm right back to rabies compliance. We want more people to comply with getting their animals rabies vaccinations. Rabies is here in New Hampshire. We don't want to price it out of the reach of the average person. I personally can't imagine trying to run a rabies clinic with 25 people in line waiting for their animal to get a shot and then try to get pictures of all these animals in some fire station. It just doesn't seem practical to me. I think this bill really needs to be ITL'd, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Holmes, any questions from the committee? Representative Mola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you happen to know the impetus for requiring photos? I'm not a little clear on exactly why a photo would be necessary.
I don't know if Ms. Ober is going to testify or not, but I did ask the primary sponsor of the bill if he could explain what the purpose was, because I'm sure it had a good purpose, and a good intent. But Ms. Ober did say that she had heard back from the primary sponsor, and it was supposedly in response to a constituent concern that they may have gotten the wrong rabies certificate for their animal. And so I think that was it. I think most veterinarians are pretty good about making sure the right certificate goes with the right pet. And the only thing I could see is maybe it had been a sales situation where the person wasn't sure. But my problem is in I'd say 99.9% of the time, nobody could say for sure that the picture was of the same animal that the person had sitting in front of them anyway. So I don't think it's a valuable addition to the certificate.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from Ms. Holmes? Representative Murray. Representative Murray, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you, Ms. Holmes, for taking my question. In reviewing the piece of legislation, do you have any idea of what the method would be for attaching this photograph, and also what size of photograph might be required? I wasn't entirely clear.
I have to say, I have no idea what the intent was. My original impression was that probably they were expecting a color printout of the picture on the rabies certificate. I don't get an actual physical form when I get a rabies certificate. My vet prints one off of their computer system, and that's the same as what is sent to my town. There are, I'm sure, official rabies certificates that you can get for veterinarians who don't do it that way. Like perhaps at a rabies clinic. I just haven't had one of those in a long time. I suppose you could print a picture and staple it. But what the intent is, what the size would be, what requirements there might be for clarity, the ability of the person to take a picture. If any of you have tried to take pictures of your pets, they can be non-cooperative. So I don't really know. I just can't see it as having any added value to the rabies certificate, and unless you had that purple and pink polka dotted dog that nobody else had.
Thank you. Thank you for
Any further questions? Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Holmes, for taking the question. I know you know a little bit about technology and databases and whatnot, and I'm wondering, the bill's not exactly clear, but it sounds like the town clerk may have to retain a copy of this photo, and I know a lot of towns are electronic these days. I imagine that would dramatically increase the amount of database storage capacity that a town may have to have, and I imagine that would be pretty expensive. Would you say that's probably correct?
Well, in the world of computers, my understanding is that storage is the cheapest cost of any. But yes, it would be an increased burden on the towns to handle that. I know the way that my veterinarian sends in the rabies certificates to my town is they put it in an envelope and mail it. And they may, at the end of the week, mail all the ones that go to my particular town from their practice. So that you would be then sitting there, and what happens is in my town anyway, as I follow the procedure, is the clerk enters the information into their database or spreadsheet, whichever way they're working it now, and then I think the actual certificate itself is not retained there. So I can see this as just being a little more stuff in the landfill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Holmes.
Thank you.
Next, we will bring up Angela Ferrari from Dog Owners of the Granite State, who opposes the bill.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Ferrari.
Great. Thank you all for listening to me testify again on HB 322 now. Dog Owners of the Granite State opposes this bill, as mentioned by the chairman. We have concerns about the potential for this addition to the rabies vaccination to drive up costs. There's going to be additional time needed for veterinarians to work into their visit to get this photo. They'll also need to have access to a camera, colored printers, ink, and of course storage space to maintain these records, whether that be with the veterinarian, the town clerk, or whatnot. As mentioned by Ms. Holmes, there is so much similarity between cats, dogs, and ferrets, especially of the same breed, that we feel the photos would have a low percentage of proving an animal's identity. We also had some questions on, would this be just a photo of the animal's head? Would that be from the front or the side? Should it be of the full body? Should the animal be standing or sitting? Or would it depend on what would prove the identity of the animal and who would make that decision? So I think it could get very complicated with inconsistencies of photos being taken and used, let alone for quality and clarity of those photos. We were trying to understand who the bill actually benefits, and ultimately still trying to understand the problem that the bill is trying to solve. So it is unfortunate that we didn't have it introduced to get some of that clarity. I also lastly just wanted to mention that I think it is a slippery slope, wondering if this could potentially lead to health certificates requiring colored photos next. And knowing all of the discussions we've had regarding the database for health certificates, we could have costly impacts there for the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Foods for storing those additional photos. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Ferrari? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have just a question for you. Do we have anyone who is listed as being testifying in support?
No, we do not.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Not testifying. We have 3 in support who signed in on the blue sheet.
But there's no one who would be speaking in support.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I have no further names on the list. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on the bill? Ms. Holmes, you have your hand up again.
So sorry. I thought I had it lowered.
All right,
Sorry.
nope. Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify on the bill? Seeing no hands, I will read the blue sheet. We have, let's see, 81 in opposition, 3 in support, and 0 neutrals. So I will close the hearing on HB 322. Okay, it is 11:15. I think we will, I'm going to take about a 5-minute recess and give everyone a chance to stretch their legs, and then we're going to resume at 11:20, and we will go into accepting some bills.
I'm so tired.
It's bad.
All right, seeing as it's 11:20, we're going to come back into exec session, and we're going to exec House Bill 322. And I am looking to Representative Comtois for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose that we ITL HB 322. If I get a second, I'll speak to that motion.
Do I have a
I'll
second?
second that.
Representative Bolden seconds. I recognize Representative Comtois to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, adding a color photograph would add an additional cost to getting the rabies vaccine. And not only that, is what we heard in testimony is that you may not know, there's similar dogs that look the same, could be in the same town or even within the same family. So you really, with the picture, really is not a good identification. And again, this is I understand the intention and it's a well-intentioned bill, but it is unnecessary.
All right, thank you. Any additional comments, concerns, questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 322 with a recommendation of ITL.
Representative Aaron? Yes. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Ferville?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky?
Yes.
Kaplan?
Yes.
Representative Highland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 19-0.
Yes. Oh, yes, sorry. Any objections to putting that on the consent calendar? Hearing none? Sorry, I was doing my paperwork. All right, when the clerk is ready, we will accept House Bill 387.
Chair, I'll be ready.
All right, so we will be executing House Bill 387, and I am looking to Representative Sofakidis for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move ITL on this bill.
right, do I have a second?
Representative Sanborn seconds it.
All right, thank you. I have a motion to ITL in a second. I'll recognize Representative Sofakidis to speak to her motion.
Thank you. This is the second time we've heard this bill before the committee, and it's not quite ready for prime time yet. And the research is just not where we need it to be to make it move forward at this time. It has a huge downside in the fact that rabies transmission to humans is fatal, and so we just need to wait for the research to catch up on this.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the committee? All right, seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 387 with a motion of ITL.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Verbo.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Pamola.
Yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Mason.
Yes.
Representative Sanborn.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Bolden.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes.
Murray.
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Highland.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Representative Perez, you're muted.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 19-0.
Any objection to putting this on the consent calendar? Seeing none, that's what we'll do. Next bill we will exec is House Bill 250. Give the clerk a minute when she's ready. For the committee, there is an amendment to this bill. You want to pull it up? It's Amendment 2021-0350H. Right, the clerk is ready, so we will open the exec on House Bill 250. And I am going to move ought to pass with Amendment 2021-350H. And I am looking for a second.
And I will second that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. And I guess I'll recognize myself to speak to. So House Bill 250 seeks to, well, actually, I can speak the amendment first. I'm sorry. So House Bill 250 seeks to change the requirements to 30 dogs, 35 cats, and it also provides, and that's for the pet vendor regulations. It also provides for the moving an exemption to allow for anybody that has a situation where every 4 years they are have not qualified to be a pet vendor previously, but find themselves in a situation perhaps with a large litter that is going to put them over the threshold. Additionally, this since this bill is a replace all for the, the amendment is a replace all for the bill, I guess I have to actually speak to the whole thing. So it also looks to change the date of registration period versus the licensing period. We had a lot of conversation on that portion, especially when we were hearing it. And their Representative Bolden brought up a valid point about a date change that needed to occur because we had the incorrect date. So on line 32, you will see that we've corrected the date to, instead of December 31st, it is now June 30th, which aligns properly with the correct period. The final portion of this bill is it puts a language into statute that clarifies a zoning problem that occurred back in June, the budget in June of 19, that when all of this language was originally put in. So what this will do is it will put the zoning changes back to, the zoning requirements back to what it was prior to the change in 19, which was the will of the legislature in the bill. So with that, that pretty much identifies everything that's going on. Is there any further questions, comments, concerns from the committee on on Amendment 2021-0350H to amendment to House Bill 250? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. And we have an amendment, ought to pass amendment 2021-0350H. Yes.
Representative Aaron? Yes. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Burville?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Suffolkitis?
Yes.
Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Dudson?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Bonplinski?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
No.
Representative Highland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 18-1.
All right, then I will move ought to pass as amended OTPA on House Bill 250 with amendment 2021-0350H. I'm looking for a second.
I will second that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. So it is moved and seconded. I don't really have a lot more to add since the amendment was a replace all to the entire bill. I think I covered everything when I explained the amendment. Is there any further questions, concerns from the committee? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 250 OTPA with amendment 2021-0350H.
Representative Aaron? Yes. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Burville?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Suffolk?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Dudson?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Bonplinski?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
No.
Representative Highland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
18-1.
Is there any objection to putting this on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none. Next, we will exec House Bill 366 when the clerk is ready. All right, we're going to exec House Bill 366, and I will look to Representative Kennedy for a motion.
I make a motion to retain House Bill 360.
All right, we have a motion to retain. Do I have a second?
Yes, Representative Von Plinsky seconds.
Thank you, Representative. So we have a motion and a second to retain. I will recognize Representative Kennedy to speak to her motion.
I speak to make a motion to retain House Bill 366. That there is more work to be done for this gets submitted. Definition.
Thank you. I would further add that while this is my bill, we recognize, and I recognize when I introduced it, that there's more work. It's sort of a contentious topic at times, because we have a lot of animal cruelty concerns that do occur, and oftentimes they are related to hoarding. And so we were seeking to find a definition that would define that and help the animals that are taken into custody during that and, during these situations, and also help law enforcement to find a smooth transition through this, mostly to help the folks that suffer from hoarding disease. And as we heard a lot of testimony, there's many that find themselves in these situations relating to, being in trouble with the law and having situations where they're not able to care for their animals. Oftentimes it's no fault of their own intentionally, but it's a situation that occurs related to their disease. So I think we need some more input on this from criminal justice as far as it's going to relate to how it moves through the system and how law enforcement is able to determine the part that would be placed on them about deciding who is a hoarder. So for that reason, I support the retain. Is there any additional comments or questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to point out that I thought that during our public hearing on this, we had a very good discussion of the issues, and it seemed like everyone was really directed towards finding a solution for the problem, and it's just the solution isn't quite solidified yet. So I'm looking forward to being able to working on this further with in its retained form and coming out with something that can work in the next year of the session.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 366 with a motion to retain.
Representative Barron? Yes. Representative Comfort? Yes. Representative Verbo?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Sofakidis?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Dutzy?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
Yes.
Representative Highland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 19-0.
Okay, and just as a reminder to the committee, because we're retaining it, it does not need a committee report, and it will not be on the calendar.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead. Rep.
Permission to proceed with a dog in my lap.
As long as he's not on camera, we're fine.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
I just sent everybody a letter of support that we received from an industry group. And this is going, I'll be discussing it when we exec HB 272. So if you get a chance to quickly scan it during lunch hour, we'll be ahead of the game. Thank you.
Actually, I think we're at a point where we're going to have to break for lunch because this is my intended schedule going forward for the rest of the day. We have House Bill 437 that we're hearing at 1 p.m., House Bill 367 that we're hearing at 1:30, and House Bill 413 that we're hearing at 2 p.m. We will I doubt we'll have much time to exec in between any of those hearings where I only have them scheduled for a half hour. But immediately following the hearing at 2 p.m., we will be execing the remaining bills. And I intend to exec House Bill 272 right after the hearing as a courtesy to Representative Knert because he wanted to be available. And then we will exec House Bill 177 right after that. So my best guess is around 2:45. And then we'll proceed on from there to the remaining bills that we have. So with that, we're going to go into recess until 1 p.m. And we will be back for the hearing on House Bill 4.
What?
That's
Yes.
Representative Murray, can you hear me? Can you stand in as clerk on this next bill because Representative Comtois is the prime sponsor?
I sure can. Which documents do you need me to have up?
This would be House Bill 437.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a note on that, there's also an amendment that got sent this morning, which should also be available.
Yeah, we don't have a physical copy yet here.
I believe they're outside the room, maybe on the table. I'm not sure if you had the door closed, but they might be outside the room.
We looked there and they're not.
There's a pile there for election law.
Yeah, we seem to have an amendment for election law, but not for E&A.
Okay, what room are you in?
In 206.
Okay, they were delivered to 306. Let me see if we can get that rectified.
Run up again.
Okay. Are they outside at 306? We can run up and grab them.
If you don't mind, that would be great.
Take care of it. Thank you.
Should we bring this for election law up there? Because that's where they are.
Yeah, why don't we do
Yeah,
that?
I'd say so. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. She taking 306 ones up? Okay, good. Thank you, Christina.
Mr. Chair, if you'll just give me a moment then to, am I just, clerking for the hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen, please.
I'm going to hold off just a couple of minutes here and let Rep. Homola get back with the amendment, and then we'll get started. Well, she's pretty fast. She's back.
Right above.
Okay, I guess we're all set to go. We have everything in place on our end, so I will open the hearing on House Bill 437, and I will recognize Representative Comtois to introduce the bill on establishing a committee to study the implementation of the meat inspection program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. This bill is being brought forth to establish this study committee to study the shortage of animal slaughter and meat processing facilities in New Hampshire. And the reason this is important is it's about food security for our constituents in New Hampshire. Currently, If you want to take an animal to slaughter and sell it to the public, you cannot get an appointment until 2022. And New Hampshire, we only have a certain amount of USDA facilities currently in there, and they are booked solid. And if you're a new farmer trying to get into the business, you're not going to get an appointment for at least a year. So it really is something that needs to be addressed. People have really looked, especially during the pandemic, about buying local food, and it's creating an issue. I know farmers that have now, since this pandemic has started, that won't sell. People from out of state are calling up looking for meat, and they'll only sell to their existing customer base, because they just can't get their animals processed in a timely manner. And it could open up a whole other lot of issues if people can't get their animals processed also. So I would urge that the committee would take a look at this. We already have a meat inspection program established in RSA 427:3 that was established several years ago. And for one reason or another, it's never been funded, but it's something that we really need to look at. And also, you know, that might not be the answer for New Hampshire, but we need to look at seeing how we can help farmers in the states and get food to the folks that want it, local foods. So I will entertain any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Did you discuss the amendment as well? And the changes in that?
I believe, well, I read the amendment.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, establishing animal slaughter and meat processing facilities in New Hampshire.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there any questions for, excuse me, for Representative on this one? Representative Stapleton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. Can you expound a little bit on the reason or reasons for this delay and hooking up processing USDA slaughterers? What's contributing to this problem?
More and more, because there's more animals being processed, there's more demand for local foods. And if you want to sell to the public, you have to get it processed through a USDA facility. Now we have USDA approved facilities, but they're not USDA inspected facilities. So there is a difference. And there are a lot of good meat butchers. So if you're doing an animal for yourself, you can take it to, you don't have to take it to a USDA facility. But if you want to sell to the public, you have to take it to a USDA facility. And there's only a certain number of those in the state.
Go ahead, follow up.
So for your own consumption, or maybe you have a friend or relative, and that's more or less like a gift instead of a commercial sale, that would also be free of the USDA obligation, maybe? Or is that a gray line? We shouldn't go there.
Don't go there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Rep. Murray, did you have a question?
I did. So, and just so we're clear, these are two different avenues of licensure, isn't that correct? So there is the USDA, and what you're seeking to do is get the state inspection facility up and running so that there would be two simultaneous avenues for farmers to choose from?
No, what I'm proposing is to do a study to see what the barriers are for New Hampshire farmers facing accessing slaughter facilities, also to look at approaches of improving availability of slaughter facilities and possibly implementing the meat inspection program. We really need to do a broad study to see what's best for New Hampshire. I mean, it could be one or the other, it could be only one, but we don't want to limit ourselves to just the meat inspection program because we want to do what's best for New Hampshire. And if we just say we're going to study the meat inspection program, we're limiting ourselves in the study committee.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby, you had your hand up, now it's down. Did you have a question?
I did, but Representative Kump pretty much just covered what I was going to ask her to cover. So,
all right.
So I'm good for now. I do have a slightly separate question. do you know if Rob Johnson is going to be testifying?
He is on the list, yes.
Great, thanks.
Any further questions for Representative Comtois? No. Well, Representative Stapleton, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my additional questions. In addition to the volume in the market, are we also experiencing labor, skilled labor shortage for this particular occupation and individual butchers? Are they USDA certified to perform commercial butchering, or is it the slaughterhouse that becomes the USDA qualified?
So I'm not sure. So if you're a USDA slaughterhouse or USDA butcher, it's all one and the same. Okay, where a butcher may not be a slaughterer, but they would not be USDA certified, because to be USDA certified, your animal actually has to be brought to the facility where it's going to be butchered and put down at that facility.
Right, thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Representative Mason.
Yeah, I guess I'm just old enough to know and been in the livestock industry long enough. We used to have state inspection. We used to have state slaughterhouse inspectors, and we moved away from them. The parallel was very close. It allowed us to get our product over the market line and sold. I have to concur to what Representative Stapleton asked, is this more of a labor issue today to find the people that are working those fields and do that? And what would the differences, I don't see what the differences would be that much between USDA stamped meat and New Hampshire stamped meat. I do know to sell your meats and have any type of insurance for yourself, it needs to come out of a processed plant that has a USDA stamp on it. Otherwise, you can't buy product liability from your insurance companies for this. So we market lambs, and my brother markets beef, and we do that every year, and that gets marketed all USDA. So I wrestle with it if it's not a.
So Representative, what was your question?
My question is, have you done any research as to why it went away to begin with?
Thank you.
So the answer to your question is no. I haven't really delved into why it went away. I didn't really realize that we had one at one point. The other issue too that we're having with a lot of farmers having with USDA inspected meat, especially when you're dealing with pork, is that you can bring it to a USDA house, have it slaughtered, have a USDA sticker on it, but if you want bacon, then it creates a whole other process, because you can't unwrap that bacon and then smoke it somewhere else. It actually has to be at a USDA facility, and there aren't a lot of them around. I mean, there's a lot of issues with processing animals that need to be addressed, and I don't know what the answers are, and that's why I'm asking for the study.
Thank you, Representative. Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we will bring up Rob Johnson from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
You can. Go ahead, Rob.
Thanks again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rob Johnson, and I represent the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. And we are supportive of the amended bill, the bill that broadens the study from not just looking at the state inspection, but also other capacity and inspection issues. And this has been a ongoing, long time issue. Back in 2003, Farm Bureau was part of a study looking at the whole slaughter capacity and all. And then just with the pandemic hitting last spring, it really brought it to a head with the closures of a number of the large facilities, mostly located in the Midwest, and also with animals that couldn't be processed out there, especially pigs that were coming here being purchased and the processing needs. To give you an idea of the issue, I saw it, read a statistic the other day, and I don't remember it exactly. I'll try to find it, but it was just over 80% of all the livestock processed in this country are processed at its 13 or 14 facilities. Just over 80% of 13 or 14 facilities. Representative Stapleton, was one of his questions, he kind of hit the issue, and it's why we would ask, we're supportive of the amendment which expands the study. It's taking a look at the workforce issue. That was a big part of the problem. One of our facilities in state has told us that they would hire 8 people today if they could find them. We had another facility that over this past summer was down 2 employees, which contributed to their ability to service their customers in the backlog. We really think the area where we could make some inroads and where this study committee would be a particular benefit would be, again, on that looking at the workforce side of things, and maybe working with our community technical schools and such on the training that is needed. Years ago, up until I think the mid 80s or late 80s, early 90s, right in there, UNH had a meats program, and they had a facility that where they could train students, and we no longer have that. They sold that off. I guess just to answer a couple other of the questions that came up, Representative Stapleton asked a question about if the meat is being processed for your own consumption. Well, that would be at a custom exempt facility, like when somebody with deer hunters, that's where they bring their deer, and that meat can then be given away or used for their personal use. One thing to be aware of is when it comes to state meat inspection itself, there are right around 26, 27 states that have state programs, but that meat, the state inspected meat, must be equal to or greater than, those inspection programs must be equal to or greater than the federal program. So I could tell you that when we've talked about this with the commissioner, he's pointed that out, and he's also pointed out that he hasn't seen the demand. He hasn't had anybody come to him saying, I want to open a state inspected facility, because in many ways, why would you open just a state inspected facility and limit yourself to only being able to process meat that can be sold within New Hampshire, when for really the same cost, you could open a facility where your meat could be sold, the meat could go anywhere. So there's not that we're opposed to taking a look at the program we have on the books, but it's a questionable whether it's really useful. And to answer the question about that, yes, New Hampshire did have a state program that went off the books. I believe it was 1976, give or take a year. And at the time, the state decided, why should we have a program when the federal government could pay for the same program, essentially. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Rob. Is there any questions for Rob? Representative Murray.
I did. Thank you for taking my questions. So I was hearing you talk a little bit about the state meat inspection program limiting that meat solely to the state of New Hampshire. So you're seeming to indicate that potentially the meat, like an online sale type of meat, could not occur with state inspected meat. Am I inferring that correctly?
I believe so. The meat has to the intention of the statute is it's consumed in the state where the state program is. Correct.
Any further questions? All right, Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rob, for taking my question. It's actually more like a request for information. I think that a number of people on the committee might not be really familiar with the way that the USDA inspection program works, and might not have a sense of how many facilities are available to New Hampshire farmers at the moment. And if you could just and also the distinction between a USDA inspected inspected facility where you have an inspector on site versus a custom facility that is just where the facility is certified. So if you could just describe how that system works, that might be nice.
Certainly. Well, in New Hampshire, we currently have 4 federally inspected facilities. Those facilities are located in Goffstown, East Conway, Center Barnstead, in North Haverhill. And at a federal inspected facility, what they're inspecting not only the facility itself, but they're inspecting each animal. That does not happen at what I refer to as a custom exempt facility, which is basically everything else other than a state or federal. At a custom exempt facility, which we also have in the state, there is some state and federal oversight, but again, they're looking at the facility, not at the animal. So that's the difference there. And Representative Bixby, I think you asked 3 questions and I've only answered 2.
So the I guess one of the I think something that you mentioned to me earlier was the how the I think you answered my question of what I asked you, but this is sort of a follow-up. How is the inspector paid for that would be at a USDA inspected facility, and how does that work if it's a state plan?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. The federal government pays for the inspectors at a federal facility. If with the state program, and Dr. Crawford did a lot of work on developing the state program, and what he attempted to do there, because the state would have to pay. And so in putting together the New Hampshire program that's on the books, the way it worked out was that the user would have to pay a good part of the inspector's wage, the fee to pay for the inspector. And with the program that was developed was using veterinarians to inspect animals at a state facility. And as I understand it, one of the main issues that USDA had with the program was that these inspectors would not be state employees, and they had some concerns there that there was not that oversight. At least that was one of their issues.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Johnson, for taking my question. I'm curious in your experience about those training programs at UNH that were discontinued in the late 80s. How extensive were they? Like an associate degree level, or night training, a few hours, a few weeks? What did it consist of? How long was it?
Yeah, my understanding, Representative, it was pretty high level. It was basically part of their MEETS program, and for students involved in livestock courses. But at least it gave a general knowledge is my understanding. And Representative Mason may know a little bit more about that. But at least it was a start. At least what I'm getting at and bringing it up is that there was a facility at the university that we no longer have. And to bring something, it may be worth the study committee time and effort to look into that again. And maybe it's not at UNH, maybe it's somewhere else. I can tell you within Farm Bureau, we've had discussions with some folks about, what about, there's all these facilities in state supermarkets and such, and using those. But what they do at supermarkets is they're bringing in boxed beef. They're not slaughtering the animal, live animal at the rail and cutting it that way. So there's a little bit of a difference, but we're exploring using all these pieces and parts. And I think that's one of the things we're hoping that a study committee could look at and actually get the educational component, whether it's the community colleges, the university, it's all at the table together.
Thank you for that clarifying answer.
Thank you. Representative Salfakidis, did you have a question?
I did. I'm just curious about if someone was educated to that sort of job, what sort of pay compensation could you see them having?
Well, from what I'm told, the pay's good. It's good. I can't give you numbers, but I know recently we've had discussions. One of the gentlemen that was part of our work group was worked for Hannaford's as a meat cutter, and he spent his life with them, and he said that the pay is very good.
Thank you.
I guess to elaborate a little bit on your question is, and it's a fair one, because I guess you're asking, well, if our slaughter facilities are having trouble getting workers, is that part of it? Is the pay a part of it? I think more the issue is it's tough work. You're working in a cool climate year round. It's only, I guess only certain people are cut out to, I mean, you're killing animals regularly. I mean, it takes a certain individual to do that. And there's some seasonality to the work. And look, I'm going to be a little bit on the workers here, but for the facilities themselves, in New Hampshire here, I mean, livestock are ready to go to, farmers they don't want to feed them through the winter. So they're looking at the facilities being open, we're talking, looking for someplace to take animals in September, October, and through the winter. And so there's that type of peak, but it's not easy work.
Okay, thank you. Representative Mason, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you for taking my question. Mr. Johnson, thank you. Are you aware of any protocol differences that may happen, or regulatory differences that may appear between a state program and a federal program that would ease the process for anybody to build a less expensive facility or dive into this business?
No, I'm not. In recently, one of our members who was in our livestock work group that's looked at this issue, he was on a couple of webinars with folks out in Wisconsin, where they do have a state meat inspection program, and they were saying out there that they found the federal inspectors easier to deal with than they did the state inspectors. And I think we had initially thought, when we first looked at this, have been looking at this, that it might be the other way around because of, just the dealing with the state bureaucracy versus the federal, where it's a lot closer and, the players and they're at a more local level. And at least in Wisconsin, they weren't always finding that to be the case.
Thank you.
And I can add one slightly similar thing is recently in the pandemic package that the president signed into law late December, just before the new year, there's monies in that to provide up to $100,000 grants for custom exempt facilities to upgrade to federal level. And USG is currently working through the rules making process to determine how they're going to distribute that. But there's, I want to say, was something like $50 million going towards a $100,000 grant. So it's a good chunk of money. And that may entice a facility or two, a custom exempt facility or two in New Hampshire to upgrade, as well as potentially some facilities in our border states, which our livestock folks do use. And there's also been efforts, and there are bills in Congress now that would allow state inspected meat to be sold federally. It would go right now. You can only sell intrastate within the state. It would allow state inspected meats to be sold in other states. How would that help us in New Hampshire if we don't have state inspected facilities? Well, like I said, our producers are using facilities in state inspected facilities in Vermont, in Maine, and then if the animals were brought there, then the meat could be sold anywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any further questions? All right. Thank you, Rob. And I'm sure all of these points that you brought will be very valuable if the study committee is put into play, because you have a great wealth of information. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this bill? All right, seeing none, I'm going to read the blue sheet. We had 4 people sign in and they were all in support. So with that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 437. I'm going to pass the mic off to my vice chair because the next bill is mine, and we will get underway in about 1 minute.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
am I handing the duties back off to Representative Comtois?
Yes, she will take that over as clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. I will be beginning the public hearing for House Bill 367. This is an act relative to animal health certificates and quarantine requirements for animals imported into the state. With that, I will yield the mic over to the sponsor of this bill, Representative Pearl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Howard Pearl. I live in Loudon and I represent Merrimack 26, covering the towns of Loudon, Canterbury, Northfield, Boscawen, and Ward 3 of Franklin. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 367. So this bill is one that we had last year in committee and we passed, and we're looking at the same language again this year. But so basically what it would do is it further clarifies in 437(8), Section 1, that it will add the name and address of the issuing veterinarian. This is more of a housekeeping thing that needs to occur. We felt it would further help identify the person that's giving out the health certificate and who the animal owner is. The second thing that it does is it works on the 437(8)(4), which deals with the quarantine section for animals that come into the state that will be transferred. So the concern we had was that there's many different viruses and different diseases that won't manifest and show themselves within 48 hours. So that was the concern when we were looking at this. Had several meetings with the state veterinarian and the Commissioner of Agriculture, and we talked about exactly what the right time frame would be, kicked around several different dates, as different diseases have different times that it takes to manifest. And plus, we wanted to look at just further defining that there was no contact with non-quarantined animals, and that animals on the premises shall receive a health certificate from a licensed veterinarian before being offered for transfer. So I have some concerns that we may not have the exact time quite right on this yet. So we'll hear testimony on this, but I think in the end, I'm going to ask that the committee will retain this bill so that we can further work on it, because we are so short on time this spring in doing our bills that I think we need to look a little bit further on this. So with that, I'll open up to any questions from the committee, but I will just tell you, we've got a couple of folks testifying behind me that have some very good information on this bill and good user knowledge within the area. So the technical questions I would ask you to save for them.
Thank you, Representative Pearl. Do I see any questions from committee? Yes, Representative Comtois.
Chair, for taking my question. Thank you, Representative Pearl. Just, you mentioned that you're not sure if you have the timing, the days right. Is that my understanding? And what is the concern with that?
Yeah, so we've got 7 days in here now. There are some diseases that take longer, and there are some diseases that would show quicker. And plus the 7 days, there's been concern raised that this might put a significant burden on some of the shelters when they were transferring. So I'd like the opportunity to really look at this and make sure we get it right before we push it forward.
Any other questions from committee members? Okay, seeing none. I see that we have a Cody Gallant who would like to speak on this bill. Okay. We have also to speak on this bill, Stacy Ober.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Stacy Ober on behalf of the American Kennel Club. I'm the legislative analyst here in New England and wanted to express our support for House Bill 367 and share just some background information with regard to the increased risk of dogs being imported into the country. Americans love their dogs, and there's high demand for dogs that currently there's higher demand than dogs available. And what AKC has observed is that more and more there are rescue organizations that are importing dogs from outside of the country into the United States. I mentioned earlier this morning, for instance, in 2019, dogs coming from Egypt that had rabies, and therefore the CDC issuing a ban on importing dogs from Egypt for the time being. But basically, we've seen in recent years not only that rabies case, but also canine influenza and distemper have been carried into the US by dogs that are being imported. And the rescue groups are sourcing these dogs to shelters in the United States. And some of them are coming in without basic veterinarian checks or valid health certificates. So I wanted to acknowledge that the American Kennel Club, in partnership with the American Veterinary Medical Association, has filed last May on the federal level the Healthy Dog Importation Act, which would look to address this issue. And to acknowledge that Chairman Pearl is absolutely correct. If you look up the incubation period, for instance, of some of the common illnesses that dogs can carry that are very infectious, it might vary in terms of a dog showing clinical signs of, for instance, canine parvovirus. Usually they will become ill within 6 to 10 days after an exposure. And parvo is not, unfortunately, an uncommon virus that we see dogs contract, especially when being transported. Secondly, canine distemper incubation period is 1 to 4 weeks, and dog infections will take up to 5 days prior to any clinical signs being shown. The last one I'll mention is leptospirosis, which is found in the soil and natural water sources. And it has an incubation period usually of 5 to 14 days. So I wanted just to acknowledge that the sourcing of rescue dogs into the country from foreign countries that have very different rules than the United States has. And we have observed even some fraudulent health certificates, for instance, being used on bringing some dogs into the United States, which is why we support this bill and think it would be a wise move to expand that isolation quarantine period from 48 hours, which is now in statute, and to lengthen it.
Okay. Are there any questions from committee members? I actually have a question. So, Ms. Ober, thank you very much for coming to testify today. I'm interested to know, you mentioned a federal law that may be coming or is being considered. Can you see that?
Yes.
I'm wondering if any of that proposed legislation may conflict with this particular bill that we're proposing.
I don't believe it would. The Healthy Dog Importation Act is legislation that was filed in Congress last May, and it's been refiled for consideration this session on the federal level in response to some of these gaps on animals being transported, dogs specifically, into the country. And some of them are coming without basic veterinary checks or valid health certificates. So that transportation process in and of itself could expose a dog to one of these highly contagious infectious diseases. And I don't believe strengthening the federal law would minimize the need to still have that period to observe a dog prior to placing it in a new home or in a foster home.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I have Representative Bixby. Would
Yes,
you like
Madam
to
Chair.
ask a question?
Thank you for taking my question, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ober. I was wondering if there are serological tests that could be done to detect parvo or distemper or other diseases of concern that might make it possible to have a shorter quarantine time.
I would defer to Dr. Crawford on that question. I'm not an expert or a veterinarian in terms of having a background in that area, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's an important one, whereas we heard this morning some testimony noting that antibody testing for some of these other infectious canine diseases may have been approved, for determining whether or not the antibody is being carried or not by the animal.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bolden, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ober, for taking my question. In your testimony, you mentioned that dogs are being imported from other countries, but I also know that many people are buying dogs online, which come from other states in the U.S. Often those dogs are delivered to a meetup spot just outside our state borders by large 18-wheelers. Do you know any statistics on how many dogs come into our state in this manner? And do we often see these health issues in these animals?
I think you're right. It's a growing concern, quite honestly, that there's a circumvention of even the requirement to isolate and quarantine dogs. Some states have stronger provisions than others. And it seems that those states that don't have a solid framework in place, states that are adjacent will see that kind of, tractor trailer weekly delivery of dogs from out of state, and a request that anyone looking to rehome a dog meet in a parking lot. And I have looked at, for instance, consumer complaints in the state of Massachusetts from individuals who have tried to buy a dog online from out of state or outside of the country. And unfortunately, some have been victim of fraud where money was collected and no dog appeared, or if a dog appeared, it was very ill when it was received. So I think you're absolutely right. That is a growing concern.
Representative Bolden, you have a follow-up?
Then, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Over, for taking my follow-up. Do you have any concern that strengthening or rather increasing the quarantine period might lead to more animals coming in this manner? And I'm asking that because my assumption is that the reason they're coming in that way is because the people selling those animals want to get around that 48-hour quarantine.
I think it really goes to having the appropriate resources to enforce the law. And that's where the focus should be. You know, if there is a channel of communication when individuals might see that type of activity and a way to report it to, in New Hampshire, the Department of Agriculture, so there can be a follow-up. I think it's a matter of having the requisite resources to ensure everyone's complying with New Hampshire's requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Mason, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question, Ms. Obar. Thank you. Yeah, as I'm reading this, I mean, this applies to state borders. So as I read it, it's not just international dogs that come in, but it's dogs coming in from other states as well. Is that how you see this, Ms. Ober? That it'll be all dogs coming into the state?
I do. And, you know, the reason that I reflected on dogs coming from outside of the state is that what comes across my desk is articles of rescue organizations that are shipping dogs from out of the country, perhaps into a southern state, and sourcing those dogs up to shelters that are in the Northeast or the Northwest, where the demand for dogs is quite high. So there's really a you know, a whole circuit, if you will, of how to get more dogs, bring them into this country, and then move them for placement in the Northeast, where we have a culture of wanting to adopt and care for a dog that's in need of a home. That sentiment's quite strong here. And not only are these dogs that might be strays, for instance, down south, some of the southern states have done an improved job with their spay and neuter, you know, programs. And because of it, some of the rescue groups have begun transporting dogs from outside of the country to meet the demand.
A follow-up, if I may, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Go ahead.
So that would also apply, as this has been added, that a person that goes, say, we're a small state, but a person that goes down to a breeder in Massachusetts, buys a puppy for a stock dog or purebred dog for himself or 4-H project, whatever, comes back into New Hampshire with that dog. As you see this, that person would have to give that dog up for 7 days to be held somewhere to comply with the law?
No, because that puppy would come with a veterinary record, and the purchaser would have all of the information around vaccinations and whatnot. And because it was bred locally and wasn't exposed through some transportation channels, whether that be on an airplane coming into the country and then a holding area, for instance, somewhere before being then transported either by plane or some other vehicle with a large number of other unrelated dogs to get to the final destination, that is typically where the risk of infectious disease transmission occurs.
Thank you.
Representative Hamola, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but I'm just wondering if the adding the days to the quarantine, do you know if there's any unintended consequences that makes animals more vulnerable to, you know, any kind of euthanasia concerns, crowding at shelters, things like that?
I don't have experience managing a shelter. I know last session when this committee heard this bill, there were individuals that noted they were limited with space and felt as though if they had to isolate dogs for longer than 48 hours, it would reduce the number of dogs they could accept for transfer and rehoming.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee members? Don't see any. So with that, I will close this hearing. And, does anybody else want to testify? Oh, I see some hands up. Okay. Let's bring Nancy Holmes up, please.
Hello, does the unmute work, did it?
Yep, there you are.
Okay, great, thank you. I've been listening carefully to the testimony and the questions on this. I'm all in favor of this going through, even if the time might need to be increased at some point in the future. I think the protections given over the next year would be worth putting it through. But I think we've all had pretty much drummed into our brains that 14 days is a good quarantine period given the last year of COVID-19. That the 7 days is, however, better than 48 hours. 48 hours is just long enough for you to put a sick animal in a new home. That's my feelings on it. One of the diseases mentioned is distemper, and that can go into wildlife too. I believe that this bill is intended only to impact those dogs brought into the state for transfer, not an individual person's bringing a dog in for addition to their home, but for dogs that are intended for transfer. The other thing is that question about titer tests was a good one, except that one of the things we did not cover this morning is the fact you can have a high titer because you're sick, not just because you've had a vaccine. So a high titer might actually indicate a dog is ill with a disease and is trying to fight it off, rather than that a dog is immune to the disease. So these, I think, are important things. I understand wanting to get it right, but I think in terms of transition for pet stores and shelters, or for any brokers who bring animals in for resale into the state, I think that going from 48 hours to 7 days, and then if need be upping it to 14 if 7 days isn't sufficient to quell any outbreaks that occur in that time period. I think it would be easier for everybody concerned if he started out with a lower than the optimum number of days. As far as it being costly for people, so far as I've seen, every business I've seen, including shelters and pet stores, the cost is borne by the purchaser, not by the person selling the animal. They may have to initially pony up the money, but it just goes into what they charge to get the animal into a new home. So I think that the cost thing is a temporary issue and would only really be significant if the animal never sold. There is some issue with some types of dogs where the longer they're held in a shelter situation, the poorer they do. I think one of the breeds that's really well known for that is the pit bull breed. They get frustrated and agitated and more difficult to handle the longer they are in a cage situation. But I don't think that is normally considered to be a week, because many shelters and pounds, when they act as pounds, keep dogs for 7 to 10 days before they are allowed to be adopted out as from having been a found or stray animal. So I think overall the bill as it stands is a good step forward, and in helping make sure that we don't end up spreading diseases through our local population of animals, be they domestic or wild, by making sure that there is time enough to determine if the animal that's been imported for sale is going to pass an illness along. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Is there any questions for Ms. Holmes? Seeing none, I would like to bring up Diane Richardson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank
Good
you very
afternoon.
much. Thank you for letting me speak. I did send you guys a testimony last night because I wasn't sure if my connection would be solid enough to speak, but it seems to be doing okay. So hopefully it'll stick. I just wanted to bring up a couple points. One of them is that in the news today down in Boston, they also have a 48-hour quarantine. They have in the news, they have a couple puppies that came up to a shelter, and they came up and they ended up having parvo and had to stay at the shelter for a while. So it is still coming up with local dogs. The one thing I wanted to do is to read you my letter from my veterinarian who wrote this to you guys last year when this first came out. He is in Claremont, New Hampshire. There's, as one of the reps mentioned earlier, there's a big tractor trailer that comes up regularly and dumps out quote unquote rescues from down south to other rescues and to homes in Springfield, Vermont. And he gets a lot of these puppies in with parvo and other diseases shortly after they've been adopted. And it's Claremont Animal Hospital, and the letter's signed by all the vets there. And it says, to whom it may concern, a very nearly universal recommendation in veterinary medicine is to isolate new arrivals from resident populations of animals for a minimum of 10 days prior to exposure of the newly arrived animals to the resident animals. This applies to all species: poultry, bovine, equine, porcine, cameloid, ovine, and caprine. And he's meaning dogs and cats as well. This quarantine allows time to identify any illnesses or contagious or infective disease, and usually decreases the potential or spread of disease throughout a population. This recommendation applies just as much to dogs and cats brought from out of state to our area. Our practice has seen pets brought in as quote unquote rescues with upper respiratory diseases, parvovirus, intestinal diseases, scabies, dementicosis, and heartworm, as well as behavioral issues. We deem a period of quarantining and assessment by qualified professionals to be very important in maintaining the best possible health and well-being of all patients. That's his letter. And I think the 7 days is bare minimum. And I understand the shelters are complaining because right now, as the law states, they have to be quarantined at a veterinary hospital. I think we could get past that by simply saying that they had to be quarantined at a facility, and that could be a boarding kennel or whatnot. I used to manage a boarding kennel for 11 years, and we would hold dogs for rescues for 14 days when they came in from out of state before there was a law that said that. And we were just a boarding kennel. We just kept them in a section where other dogs weren't. So that would be a cost-saving method instead of having to house the animals in a veterinary quarantine, which is very expensive. And that's it. I don't want to take up too much time.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. I just wanted to ask, just for clarification for the record too, where you're calling from, and are you representing yourself or an organization?
I'm in Springfield, New Hampshire, and I'm representing myself. I've been a dog trainer since the 80s, and I managed the very large boarding kennel, which was licensed as an animal shelter for 11 years.
Thank you for that. With that, do I see any questions from the committee? I would like to Cynthia Sweet. And Cynthia, please, would you also tell us where you're calling from and if you are representing anybody or just yourself?
Hi, I am calling from Massachusetts, and I know that I'm not New Hampshire, but I'm about to start the process of becoming a licensed rescue in New Hampshire because our current operations are in just below the border. So it makes sense to We've been a registered rescue in the state of Massachusetts for 10 years. So we are going to try and apply for New Hampshire. And if this goes through, then obviously it's going to be, it's not going to be conducive to running any sort of operations. What I wanted to point out to any representatives who are going to be voting on this is a couple of things. If you guys don't know, there's always been a battle. There's always been a contentious relationship between the AKC and rescues. Always, always, always. All you have to do is spend 5 minutes of your day. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the millions of statistics and the cases of AKC registered breeders in the state of New Hampshire that have sold, unscrupulous breeders who have sold puppies to Massachusetts residents that have died of parvo. And because guess who deals with them? I do. Once their puppy has died of parvo, they decide to go to the rescue route. So breeders have committed violations and egregious acts just as much as all of the AKC that is saying that rescues do as well. Most recently, if anybody here knows anything about Wanda Cote, who is an unscrupulous breeder that was AKC registered in New Hampshire.
Excuse me.
Also, the Great Dane Wolfboro case as well. I'm just asking representatives.
Sweet. Please, we will not have any disparaging remarks of other people. You can state a position, but please do not continue with any kind of disparaging remarks against anyone else.
Again, well, Stacey Ober is a representative of the.
Okay, I'm going to have to end that testimony, please. And I would like to see if there's anybody else, any other questions, and seeing none. Oh, Nancy, you have your hand up again. So we can bring her up and just briefly, because we're running out of time.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I thought my hand was down, but I do have something to say. All we want to do is make sure that the people have the best chance of getting a healthy pet, because I'll tell you, it really hurts people when they get an animal that they've spent all kinds of money on. Excuse me, I get choked up about this. All kinds of money on, and they love it, and it dies within a week or two because nobody who was bringing it in to sell to them took the time to make sure, absolutely sure, that the animal they were selling was unhealthy. That was healthy to go to a new home. It's a terrible thing. It's really hard on like a rescue or a shelter or even a pet store if one of the animals they bring in dies, but nowhere near as hard as it is on the ultimate consumer who loses a family member out of it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that testimony today, Ms. Holmes. And seeing no other hands up, I will read off the blue sheet for support for this bill. We had 27 people signed up in support and 224 people in opposition to HB 367. And with that, I would like to end the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to open up the hearing on House Bill 413. Looks like we have quite a few folks signed up to speak. I'm just going to ask everyone to try to stick to 3 minutes because we have quite a bit of work after this hearing for the committee to do as well. So if we can keep this reasonable, the committee would appreciate it. So I will bring up the prime sponsor, Karen Ebel, Representative Ebel, my apologies.
Good afternoon, Chair Pearl and committee members, just making sure you can hear me.
We can go ahead, Representative. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Karen Ebel, and I represent Merrimack District Number 5, which is New London and Newbury. And I'm here to introduce HB 413, which would establish a solid waste working group for solid waste management planning and relative to compost. So 413 would create the working group to be convened by DES in support of its solid waste planning efforts. It would put a deadline on updating and promulgation of the state's composting regulations, which are long overdue. The bill is the combination of two virtually identical bills that were recommended unanimously for passage by this committee and passed the House on the consent calendar by voice vote. The journey was similar in the Senate, but because of COVID, they got rolled into the omnibus administrative bill, HB 1234, and that was vetoed by the governor. The delay in passage is really unfortunate because those bills dealt with issues of great importance to our state, to our municipalities, businesses, and citizens. And if you review the co-sponsor list, you'll see it's a strongly supported bipartisan bill. As you'll recall, in 2019, China decided to stop taking solid waste from the United States where it had been recycled, particularly plastics and mixed paper. This really put a strain on our cities and towns and on their pocketbooks. And because of that, I introduced HB 617, and it created a study committee on solid waste, and former Representative John O'Connor was on that committee, along with Representatives Megan Murray and Senator David Waters. And the committee's goal was to hear from as many stakeholder groups as possible, public and private, landfill operators, municipalities, schools, recyclers, state agencies, and nonprofits. And what followed, we were amazed at the interest. It was a really active 8-week study. We had 14 hearings and over 50 stakeholders participated. So I gave you a link to the study committee report, and if you're new to this committee, I would really commend it to you for your review because it gives quite a good summary of where we are and the various solid waste challenges that we have. And in my testimony, I gave you the link to the committee webpage, and there's shareholder submissions or stakeholder submissions, minutes, and we even had a continuing education session because there was so much interest in the topic. So one of the things I emailed to you just to kind of highlight the situation that we're having is a one-page document that I pulled from our report, and it's from DES, and it's entitled New Hampshire Projected Waste Disposal Need and Capacity. And if you look at that now or at your convenience, in 2035, for the current permitting level, our capacity really is not great. It just basically plummets. So I think we clearly have a problem on our hands, and COVID, we really were working on this a lot. COVID stalled our efforts as it did so many. And we have a brewing crisis with our landfill capacity. And on top of that, we have a very limited capacity at DES Solid Waste Bureau to deal with more than day-to-day responsibilities due to drastic budget cuts. And the problem that creates is that we have to do advanced planning, and the DES's limited capacity is really to our detriment. And I just wanted to note that the Waste Management Council, which is the appellate body for the DES Waste Management Division, is also supposed to help with strategic planning, but given its appellate responsibilities and the volunteer nature of the board, it has almost no time to do that. And I believe you do have a letter in support of this bill from Mr. Rudy Baselsmans from the Waste Management Council. He's the head of it. I was going to read it into the record for him, but since you're tight on time, you have it. So I'll just leave it there. And I would say that our idea is to include a member of the Waste Management Council on this task force. So the Recycling Study Committee made many recommendations, but two of the most important was the creation of this task force to help DES. And the other aspect of it is to put a deadline on the promulgation of the compost regulations that DES is supposed to bring forward. So with a long-term solid waste planning in the offing, DES really needs assistance with input and problem solving. And I just want to be plain here that DES's Solid Waste Bureau is generally funded. It used to have a planning division, but because of consistent budget cuts, now it doesn't. And we have not had a long-range solid waste plan, which is supposed to be produced every 6 years, since 2003. And we desperately need one. Other states are working very hard on this. In some cases, they're instituting specific solid waste bans. And in some cases where refuse is banned in one state, we are the recipients in our landfills. And Massachusetts and Vermont are two examples. Because of the Interstate Commerce Clause, we cannot ban out-of-state wastes. So one obvious way to decrease the amount of waste going into our landfills and help with our capacity is to try to limit the amount of food waste. It contributes up to 20% of the solid waste in weight, and it should be composted to the extent possible. The study committee, on the hearing that we had on composting, we had a very large turnout, and I would say it was the thing that was of most interest to the committee, because we had such a turnout. And part of it was the regulatory structure just really needs to be updated. And DES has struggled to get this done, even though it was tasked to do it originally starting. Their work was supposed to start in 2015, and it still hasn't gotten done. I believe it can help spur new business, and we really need to do it. It'll save municipalities money, and by putting a deadline in here, and I've spoken to DES, you know, with their prioritization and everything, they should be able to get this done, and I think it does need to happen. So just that basically concludes my testimony. I did also send to the committee a suggested amendment, and that is Amendment 2021-0343H. And the upshot of that amendment, as I explained in my cover note to you, just to provide for some continuity in the membership. All this does is, because I've seen it on different boards that I've served on, it's very helpful. An appointed member just serves until they're replaced, and that gives some continuity to the body. So that's the first section of the amendment. But really, more importantly, in talking with DES, the deadlines that were in the original bill really didn't give DES an opportunity to do anything meaningful. They were just so tight. So I moved out the organizational meeting to occur no later than November 1st, 2021, instead of 60 days after the bill passage, should it pass. And then I moved out the date of the initial reporting requirement to 2022, because I mean, it's just, it was kind of ridiculous to ask them to do a report maybe 2 months after they originally convened. And this will provide some much more meaningful input opportunity for the task force. And I made it a 5-year task force. So that's what, and it automatically would repeal November 1st, 2026. So that's what the amendment provides. And just in conclusion, I just wanted to say DES does a fantastic job. It has ever dwindling resources, and it was really important, one of the top recommendations by our recycling committee, that we put together a working group to bolster DES's planning capacity, to facilitate its stakeholder participation. And also, if we just get these composting regulations done, it should create more business and cost savings. I urge passage of this important bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions, sorry.
Thank you, Representative. I guess you can ask us too.
I wouldn't dream of it.
All right, Representative Sofakidis has a question for you.
Sure. Hi, Representative Abel. Nice to hear from you again. I'm just curious about this interstate commerce clause. Is there a ratio of how much out-of-state garbage we have to accept? Because we're a very small state and next to big states. So I'm just wondering about who decides how much garbage comes in.
Well, I can answer in summary, but the person who really knows the answer the best to that question is Mike Nork, who I believe is here to testify from DES. But the short answer is that we cannot ban out-of-state waste under the Interstate Commerce Clause. However, as part of the permitting process, the DES looks at our needs and sort of assesses what the amount of capacity that needs to be reserved for our state under certain circumstances. And he can give you more detail. What I also wanted to say, in addition to the Interstate Commerce Clause, from a capacity standpoint, local control, local regulations also have an influence on permitting. So on the creation or expansion of a new landfill, you really also have to get the approval of the local town boards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Betsy.
Hello?
I'm sorry. Hello?
You had your hand raised. Did you have a question?
I did.
I'm sorry, did you call on? I'm sorry.
here.
Who did you call on?
Representative Betsy.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it kind of broke up. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Chairman Pearl. Representative Ebel, in New Hampshire, I think it's well known that a lot of work is done by volunteers and that the state government depends on volunteers to do this work. And it seems to me like your bill is promoting that once again, that instead of having professionals who are paid in the department, now we will have a group of volunteers who will be doing this work. Did your, when you were drafting this bill, did you give any consideration to looking at how the state might go ahead and increase the funding or develop accounts that may be used by DES for forward planning?
Well, in the Recycling Committee study report, one of the recommendations, in addition to just highlighting how desperately underfunded the Bureau is, was that we investigate adding an additional $1 to the per ton tipping fees and then setting up a grant program that could be utilized by folks who wanted to develop a MRF or other methodologies to help with solid waste management. It also, the bill, well, that was the recommendation. Actually, there was a bill that came out of it that was tabled due to COVID. The other aspect of the bill that was proposed and what was recommended by the committee was that tipping fees that were paid by municipalities, those funds would be returned. So we did look at that particular method of developing more funding. And in the study committee report, you'll see that virtually, I mean, at the time the study was done on tipping fees, I think something like 3/4 of the states in the United States have a tipping fee added to the regular tipping costs that help fund state efforts for planning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kaplan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. Thank you, Representative Ebel, for the great work you've done, and to the members of the previous study group for all the excellent work on this issue, which is so important. I just had a question about some of the deadlines for issuing regulations or recommendations that would come out of this bill. There's an interim report that is supposed to come out, I guess, in 2021, November 2021. Would that include the composting regulations?
Well, so no, it wouldn't include the composting regulations because the composting regulations are supposed to be done by September, I think it was 30th of 2021. And the amendment that I proposed to the committee was that we have the interim report be required to be delivered November 30th, 2022. And part of the reason there, and again, Mr. Noor could talk some more about it, but in talking to the department, actually they're trying to get the long-term solid waste plan done, and it's due by October 2022. And so the thought there is that the task force would be working with the department as it develops that solid waste plan, and its first report, which would be due November 30th, 2022, would append the solid waste plan.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-up question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
This is on just a totally unrelated issue, but and we might hear some more of this from other people testifying later, but would you consider adding a position on the commission to members of citizens groups or other public interest groups that might have a stake in this issue and have been working on this issue?
I mean, I'm open to what the committee might want to do. You know, I tried to look at all the different stakeholder groups that participated. I kept in mind how big the task force was. I gave DES some latitude if they wanted to add to it, but even if they didn't add to it, I am quite sure, knowing them, that in the outreach that they did to stakeholders, they'd be sure to get representation from a variety of groups, including the group you mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. Thank you, Representative Ebel. Just a question, getting back to the bill that would have created a surcharge on the tipping fees. Do you know if a similar bill has been submitted again for this year?
Senator Waters introduced that bill last year. He did not reintroduce it, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
But he did do, I'm sorry, go ahead, Representative Bixby.
Just a quick note on the timeline for the composting. The legislation that required that composting was actually passed in 2015.
Right, I mentioned, yeah. Yeah, and so, I mean, I know that the department had a task force that it was working with, but again, because they are just unbelievably strained within the department, it's made it extremely difficult for them to get them done. But, you know, through the study committee process and by putting this deadline on, and I mean, I think they feel that they're going to be able to accomplish it this time. And it's incredibly important for maintaining our capacity, business development, and people just really want to get it done. I think it would be a great thing to put the deadline on and move ahead. If you didn't mind, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add on the question of the surcharges. There is another bill that's pending in the Senate that was vetoed at the same time that my other two bills were, and that was to reduce the solid waste reduction goal, because there's a goal in 149M that was supposed to be achieved. I don't know if it was the year 2000 or what, but it's just, it really, the whole thing needs to be updated. And if that passes the Senate, which it did before, you'll be getting that.
Thank you for the heads up. Representative Aaron has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ebo, for all the work that you've done on the previous working group study and on this bill as well. My question is, is the working group going to be touching on any aspects of landfill siting?
I'm sorry, that's cutting out. Did you say siting? Do you mean like landfill siting?
Will we talk about landfill siting at all?
Well, I think, I'm looking at the recommendations here and, they're looking at solid waste disposal landfill capacity. I just can't imagine that in the realm of looking at capacity that they wouldn't also be talking about siting challenges. Let's face it, it's huge. And if our current landfills are tapping out, we've got to figure something out. I feel like I should mention here too, which I did in my cover note, we have in our solid waste reduction statute, a hierarchy of what we're supposed to do to try to manage our goals. And at the top of the hierarchy is source reduction, and then it goes to recycling and reuse, composting, waste to energy technology, incineration without resource recovery, and at the very, very bottom is landfilling. And of course, unfortunately, I think most of our solid waste is ending up in the landfill. And, we need to harness the things that are going into a landfill through recycling and reuse. And we really need to reduce our sources. And I would just say one of the reasons on the study committee or the task force, I put somebody in there that actually uses goods to reprocess and produce other goods as something so that we can have them in there talking.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative. All right, I don't see any hands raised, so I appreciate your testimony. You did a wonderful job highlighting the bill, and we certainly appreciate all the work that you've done on this and in the issue previously.
Thank you.
All right, I'll remind everybody, we've got 8 more folks that would like to speak, so if we can try to keep it to around 3 minutes and not repeat what other testimony has already been previously done would be great. I'll call Representative Megan Murray next.
Honorable colleagues, I'm going to keep this extremely short because much was said before me, but you all have received my testimony. And one of the things that I just wanted to in particular highlight was that we really do have, with specificity to compostable food waste, we really have an opportunity to get that heavy food waste out of landfill streams and divert it into a compostable solution rather than its heavy mass being hauled at municipality expense and encapsulated forever in landfills. And I just, again, as you heard, the complex nature of solid waste and recycling in New Hampshire, if we are going to adapt and continue to be a forward-thinking community where we seek to grow and change, we also have to make sure that we're addressing this need, and it is urgent at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. That was brief. I appreciate it. Any questions for Representative Murray? All right, not seeing any. Thank you. I will call Representative Suzanne Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Suzanne Smith. I represent the towns of Plymouth, Hebron, and Holderness, Grafton County, District 8. I will be brief also, as Representative Ebel did such an excellent job. But even back when I was serving on the Environment and Agriculture Committee 12 years ago, solid waste was a big issue and composting was a big issue. And The EPA estimates that 63.1 million tons of food waste was generated by commercial, institutional, and residential sectors in 2018, 21% of the total solid waste of municipalities. And if we compost more of our food waste, it will be a giant step towards reducing the bulk in landfills, as well as contributing to healthy soils and that are so important for agriculture. So I'm not going to say much more, but composting is near and dear to my heart, both for what it does to the soil and what it keeps out of the landfill. And so I ask for your support on House Bill 413, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Smith? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll pull up Michael Nork from DES.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearl, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Michael Nork. I'm providing testimony on behalf of the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES. And in short, DES supports this bill and the amendment that was recommended by Representative Ebel. As was discussed at length by Representative Ebel, I won't rehash her discussion, but the Solid Waste and Recycling Study Committee back in 2019 unearthed a good deal of information. There's lots of resources on their website. And, you know, there's definitely a need for the state to take a more proactive role in long-range solid waste management planning and addressing the myriad solid waste issues that face our state and the region. And pursuant to 149M, DES is the agency responsible for solid waste planning, and we are required to periodically update the state solid waste management plan. However, over the last 20 years or so, the department has had severe resource deficiencies, which has made it difficult for us to fulfill, you know, the solid waste management plan mandate, as well as other duties that have gone unmet for a number of years. And that's not to say that they aren't important or priorities for us. It's just that we have been challenged to be able to address them. And I also want to note that this bill, in developing a solid waste stakeholder work group, would be an important tool in helping us to, you know, start addressing some of those issues and to, you know, advance a conversation about updating the solid waste management plan and looking at other innovative ways that we can address solid waste challenges. However, this bill would not address our resource deficiencies in itself. And I do want to note that other states commonly engage, so the state agencies that are overseeing solid waste management in other states, they also commonly engage with stakeholder work groups and advisory groups to help guide policy and development and you know, identifying priorities for action. So this would be something that would, you know, help us to, you know, keep in line with that kind of effort. The Solid Waste and Recycling Study Committee, in their report, noted that New Hampshire is falling far behind in terms of, you know, long-term planning and those kinds of activities. So this working group would be a help in that regard. And I just also want to note that with regard to composting rules and adoption of revised administrative rules, as was noted, there was the SB 251 back in 2015, which directed DES to basically clarify requirements for composting of meat and dairy food waste. In 2017 and 2018, the department held a series of stakeholder work group meetings to help inform us on making those revisions. Regrettably, however, we have not been able to you know, carry through on actually adopting revised regulations to date. Again, because we've been you know, deficient in terms of our resources to have dedicated resources to do that work. But you know, this is something that is definitely a priority. You know, we continue to work on it and to advance that project. And should HB 413 be enacted into law, you know, we would do everything within our power to be able to meet the September 30th deadline to enact those administrative rules. So in summary, we support moving forward on a stakeholder work group, and we also support a deadline for September 30th of administrative rules for composting facilities. With that, I'll stop my comments, but if you have any questions for me, I might be able to address them. Happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Nook. Any questions? Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nark, for taking my question. I was just wondering how many people that you have in the solid waste division.
Currently, we have, I believe, 7 or 8 full-time staff. That is down from, it's less than half of what it used to be.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Nork? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Swan from Save Forest Lake. He's not on. Mr. Swan, if you're on, could you put your hand up so we can find you? We have a John Tuthill. Is that the same as Mr. John Swan? Okay, then we'll hold off on Mr. Tuthill. Next, we have Mark Morgan from the City of Lebanon. Oh, Mr. Morgan, all right. We will move to Reagan Bissonette from the National Resource Recovery Association.
Thank you, Chairman Pearl and members of the committee. My name is Reagan Bissonette. I'm the Executive Director of the Northeast Resource Recovery Association. And we were closely involved with the study committee that Representative Ebel led in the fall of 2019. The Northeast Resource Recovery Association is a recycling nonprofit, and we have worked with municipalities throughout New Hampshire to help them increase their recycling and reduce their waste for the past 40 years. And about 80% of New Hampshire's municipalities are members of our organization. We do not take a position on HB 413, but rather I wanted to share some testimony regarding our municipality's experience with recycling and composting as it relates to this bill. And as written, HB 413 would include one representative from the Northeast Resource Recovery Association as a member of the Solid Waste Working Group, and we would welcome the opportunity to participate. As you've heard from several people, improved solid waste planning in New Hampshire, especially for recycling and composting, would help municipalities save money and conserve natural resources. The Northeast has the highest cost of disposal of solid waste compared to the entire country. And we expect that that cost of landfilling material will only increase over time, which will make finding other ways to reduce waste more valuable and financially important for municipalities. In particular, if we are able as a state to update our food scrap composting regulations to address the composting of meat and dairy, that would likewise help municipalities save money as well as conserve environmental resources. You heard from Representative Ebel about the large amount of food that is landfilled in the United States. Actually, the most recent information from the Environmental Protection Agency from 2018 shows that food waste accounts for 24% of all the waste by weight that we are disposing in landfills as a country. And landfilling food scraps is very expensive because food scraps are heavy and communities have to pay by weight to dispose of their trash. Now, the delay in modernizing our composting rules in New Hampshire has been problematic for municipalities because many of our municipal members have expressed an interest in having food scrap composting programs, but relatively few have done so to date. And that is because asking residents to take the cumbersome additional step of separating out meat and dairy from their other food scraps before composting those is a real limitation on the ability for us to have widespread municipal and commercial food composting in New Hampshire. So for example, the town of Hollis has a food scrap composting pilot program, but it does not include meat and dairy. I know that Mark Morgan from Lebanon, they are one of the very few municipalities, I believe perhaps the only municipality in the state that is composting food scraps, including meat and dairy. And that's because they went through a special process with New Hampshire DES to enable that. And the other thing I just want to add is that the delay in rulemaking for updating our composting regulations is also discouraging composting businesses from establishing themselves in New Hampshire. So for example, Mr. Fox Composting, which some of you may know serves a number of municipalities in the Seacoast, they are able to pick up food waste from New Hampshire, and then they take it to their facility in Maine. And reportedly, they chose to locate in Maine rather than New Hampshire because Maine's composting regulations were more favorable to their business model. So I do see that updating our composting regulations would both benefit our municipalities and would also benefit business options and opportunities in the state of New Hampshire. And thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very much. Are there any questions from Ms. Bissonnette? Representative Mola.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me what's the afterlife of composting? What is done with the composted material?
Sure. So the ideal use for composted material is that it would get used as a soil amendment for gardens, for farms, for growing new plants. Some compost material is also used as what's called alternate daily cover for landfills. Active landfills have a requirement to cover up the active portions of their landfills on a daily basis. And I believe if Mark Morgan was available to join us today, I'm fairly confident that that's actually what they're doing with their compost in the city of Lebanon. But the most common is to use it as a soil amendment.
Sure, follow up. Go ahead.
Thank you. And when companies make this their business, are they supplying to these landfills? Are they supplying to farms? Do you have any information on that?
I think it varies. I think that they'll look for whatever profitable outlets they can find for their material. So the highest and best use would be to use composted material for farms and for gardening. A lesser beneficial use would be to use it as landfill cover. So I think that it varies by company.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Haley Jones from the Community Action Works campaigns. Nothing. Haley, if you're there, raise your hand so we can find you. All right, seeing none, we will move to Henry Bayou from the Waste Management Incorporated.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Bayou, and I'm here on behalf of Waste Management, the company, not the division of Waste Management over at DES. Waste Management has the state's largest landfill in Rochester. We recently got a permit for the expansion, which will extend the life of the landfill till 2034. So New Hampshire communities will have a place, at least at Rochester, till 2024 to dispose of solid waste. We're also in the recycling business. We have a materials recovery facility in Billerica, Mass. So a lot of New Hampshire's recyclable materials end up in Billerica. Here today, just to support the legislation, we worked with Representative Ebel and former Representative Connor through the last task force that met, which produced this bill before you today. And we would be happy to work as a member of the working group that this legislation would establish, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Vayu? Seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Okay, that's all I have on my list. So is there anyone else that would like to testify? All right, Mr. John Tuthill.
There we go. Hello.
Could you please tell us where you're from and who you're representing?
Yeah, my name is John Tuthill. I live in Ackworth, New Hampshire, former member of the Environment and Agriculture Committee. We were dealing with solid waste back then as well, 20 years ago. I'm in support of this bill. Obviously, planning is long overdue. I would support the suggestion that perhaps we broaden a little bit the perspective of some of the participants. As we continue to hear year after year about the landfill capacity crisis, I think it's pretty clear what we have got is a capacity to plan is more of our problem than the actual landfills. And we have continued to kick the can down the road year after year, decade after decade, and I think that's why we find ourselves in the situation we're in. I was surprised to hear from Representative Ebel that there is a bill in the Senate this year proposing to reduce the state's reduction goals, which are about 20 years old. We should, in fact, at this point, be looking at increasing our reduction goals. An appeal before the Waste Management Council last year, I believe, made it quite clear that the problem isn't the goals so much, it is a dispute over how do you account for reduction. And this is a problem of not having obtained adequate data over the years in terms of what is being diverted, what is being recovered, what is being recycled, and what is being disposed. There are a couple of myths. The first is the landfill capacity crisis, which is a manufactured crisis and essentially a failure, I think, on the part, not of DES, but over the years, a failure on the part of the legislature to develop responsible policies for reducing the amount of waste needing to be disposed of in the state, much of which at this point, because we are in a privatized system, is coming in over the state borders. That gets us to the second myth, which has to do with the International Commerce Clause. On the face of it, it's quite true that it is not possible to regulate a commodity like waste. However, there are many ways to more responsibly and effectively control the materials that are coming into the state and how they will be managed. And disposal is, as we know through the hierarchy, the least preferred method. The two disposal options being waste incineration with and without energy recovery in landfills. Vermont has done a very good job, I think, of limiting the amount of importation into the state. Maine has got the mechanisms for doing it, but for whatever reason has chosen not to avail itself of those mechanisms. But that is certainly something that the state of New Hampshire and this working group should be looking at. That is part of management. So I really, in closing, would just like to emphasize that focusing on zero waste planning, I think, is the key going forward. We're in the 21st century now. This is common around the world, even looking within the Northeast, but beyond the Northeast in other states and in other countries. We really are still running a very archaic system here, relying very heavily on disposal. So I'll wrap up there. I know your time is limited and you've got bills to exec, but I really think we need to just step back, really take the time to get this right and not continue to use the same outmoded models, which are far too reliant on disposal technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuthill. Any questions for Mr. Tuthill? All right, seeing none, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Oh, we have Mr. Morgan now has his hand raised, so I'll go back to him. Mark Morgan from
Hi.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, I'm sorry. The unmute settings are a little different on this. Thank you for your time. I'm the solid waste manager for the city of Lebanon, and I've been working in the waste and recycling industry in New Hampshire for several decades. And during my career, I worked for New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services for a group called the Solid Waste Planning and Community Assistance Group. Our primary task was to do solid waste planning. That group has not been in existence for a number of years. And as a result, the state of New Hampshire is not doing solid waste planning. I firmly appreciate everybody's comments about increasing recycling. The unfortunate thing is that the majority of New Hampshire's landfills are managed by private entities where if we increase recycling, it's not going to impact the overall disposal at those landfills. I'm not saying that recycling is not a good thing. It absolutely should be part of the equation. However, without fully understanding the state of New Hampshire's position in the waste industry, as well as how we figure into the region's waste disposal needs. For instance, in the past decade, the state of Massachusetts has issued disposal bans. They've also issued moratoriums on landfill expansions. As a result, waste from Massachusetts is pouring into the state of New Hampshire just because it's an easier flow for waste than going into Massachusetts. So we did not prepare for those regulatory changes in our neighboring states because we don't have a group that looks at that. DES does an excellent job at doing what they do and focusing on statutory obligations, but planning is a critical piece in managing New Hampshire's future disposal needs. Simply looking at permits and determining their eligibility and correctness for rules is not planning. Looking at what we need, the future growth of this state, and what our hopes and desires are is not accomplished by issuing permits alone. I can't emphasize the need for solid waste planning in the state of New Hampshire. It does not generate revenue, but it prepares our residents, businesses, and institutions for a more secure future, both environmentally, fiscally, and socially. So those are my comments in regards to this bill. I couldn't support it more. My hope is that that the state would see more value in looking to the future, and looking more broadly at this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Any questions for Mr. Morgan?
I have one.
Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Morgan. That is quite disturbing, that bans of certain materials waste in Massachusetts forces the move to fill our landfills here in New Hampshire. Do we have any type of bans of such materials to limit that sort of transfer?
I'm not aware of anything. New Hampshire does have its own waste bans, but one example of just Massachusetts's impact on New Hampshire is in Massachusetts, you can't landfill unprocessed construction and demolition debris. So what that means is you tear down a house in Massachusetts, that waste from a house tear down has to be sorted and ground up before it can make its way into a landfill. That's not required in New Hampshire. So the cost of that activity is expensive. And from a business standpoint, it's easier to move that waste into New Hampshire. We're managing construction and demolition debris already, but unprocessed construction and demolition debris consumes a disproportionate amount of space in a landfill. And by that, what I mean is, a ton of construction and demolition debris consumes far more airspace in a landfill than a ton of municipal solid waste or processed construction and demolition debris.
One follow-up, yep.
So we need to be looking at some regulation or statute to protect our landfill capacity by similar bans, do we not?
Again, I think that's part of planning. And before we just start doing, forgive me, sir, knee-jerk reactions with statutory responses to neighboring states' legislative activities, we need to understand what they're doing. A lot of waste in Massachusetts is moving to the Midwest right now by rail. So it's actually being transported far distances out of our region. But we need to understand exactly what New Hampshire is doing, what our forecast looks like before we start making, I mean, I appreciate and applaud your desire to ban certain waste. The city of Lebanon has done that locally. We passed an ordinance banning the disposal in our landfill of unprocessed construction and demolition debris as a method to manage, reduced landfill disposal. Landfills fill up by nature, and we need to be looking at them, as literal spaces that will go away. And at some point in our children's future, they will be faced with having to make disposal decisions that we are not even considering right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we got two more folks with their hands up. I'm going to ask that you guys keep it really brief because we're running very long here. So Kristen Cummings. If you could unmute and tell us where you're from and who you're representing.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearl and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments on this bill. My name is Kristen Cummings and I'm a resident of Hopkinton. I'd just like to voice enthusiastic support for House Bill 413 to move forward. There's several provisions in it that would help the town of Hopkinton with our solid waste management challenges. Over the past 6 years, we share a transfer station with Webster in Hopkinton. We've experienced a disproportionate increase in the amount of waste coming to our transfer station. While our population rose by only about 2% from 2013 to 2019, our total waste tonnage soared by nearly 12%. We're currently producing over 3,000 tons of MSW, mixed solid waste, annually, not including the additional tonnage of other waste like construction and demolition debris, tires, shingles, the like. Undoubtedly, COVID has had some impact on this growth in disposable waste, but the onset of the trend predated the pandemic. We really don't fully understand why our waste has increased to its current level, but the trend is super concerning. Concurrent to the increase in solid waste volume, our ability to cover the cost of disposal has diminished. As of January 1st of this year, we entered into a new 5-year contract with Waste Management to transport and dispose of our mixed solid waste. And our price increased by almost $10 a ton in 2021 and will continue to increase incrementally by contract through 2025. Meanwhile, we're really struggling with low participation in our pay-as-you-throw bag program. It's been in effect since 2010, and it was designed to create at our disposal costs.
Are you reading the testimony that you sent to us as a committee?
Oh, yes, I thought I was supposed to submit it written as well. Is that not correct?
We're running really late, so perhaps if you could just wrap up with a quick summary in the next 30 seconds or so.
Sure. In summary, I enthusiastically support passage of this bill, and I thank you all for your time and your continued work on solid waste management.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, we have one more, Katie LaJoy. If you could unmute and tell us where you're calling, or where you're testifying from and who you're representing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you now. Go ahead.
Oh, good, thank you. Yes, I'm representing Working on Waste. We're a longstanding citizens initiative that promotes safe alternatives to waste incineration. We support this bill with the following recommendations. The working group will focus on managing resources, not waste. We have worked to raise awareness about zero waste initiatives that Mr. Tuttle referenced earlier. And the underlying premise is that waste is a behavior. It's something we do collectively and as individuals, and policy changes can incentivize less wasteful behavior. The working group will include members of the public who advocate for public health and the environment. And the working group will also include broader representation from organizations with the same mission. And the working group will accept and address oral and written input from interested parties who are not members. Those are our recommendations. We also included in an email to you this morning a letter sent to Representatives Ebel, Murray, O'Connor, and Senator Waters in 2019. And this letter was part of Representative Ebel's committee, and it will help set priorities for your working group. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. All right, with that, I'm going to wrap up this hearing and read the blue sheet. We have 85 members in support, 1 in opposition, and 2 that are neutral. So we thank everyone for their testimony. I think we're going to take about a 5-minute break and give the committee a chance to stretch their legs and use the facilities if they need to, and then we'll adjourn at 3:05 and start our exec session.
Mr. Chair, I just want to mention, one thing I learned from watching our committee meetings on YouTube is that
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that I did mute the room. If you could unmute before you start.
Okay, we're going to come back in and start our exec session with House Bill 272. This is an act relative to the labeling and sale of hemp products containing CBD. And I will be looking to Representative Dutsey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move House Bill 272 and offer Amendment 2021-0405H for a vote of OTPA, ought to pass with amendment, and I would like to speak to both the bill and the amendment.
Okay, I have a motion for OTP with an offering amendment 2021-0405H. Do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Stapleton is second. I will recognize Representative Dutsey to speak to her motion.
Thank you. This bill is before us because the federal government, which normally controls product labeling, hasn't acted. We had a public hearing on this bill, I think approximately 2 or 3 weeks ago. There were a number of suggestions made by the public at that time, and Representative Knirk, who is also on the call, and I have been working to incorporate all of those suggestions into the bill. So basically what you have with the amendment is a replacement of the bill. And I believe all of you have received some correspondence from Representative Knirk that outlines the changes that were made. But in summary, it was suggested that instead of having the HHS do the inspection of laboratories, that we go with laboratories that are ISO certified, and that was placed in the bill so that it lessens the amount of work that HHS has to do. There was also a suggestion that we add an expiration date as to one of the things that would be on the label. And the main thing that committee members, I believe, were concerned with was how the implementation of this bill was going to be paid for. And we came up with the idea of creating a cannabidiol program fund that we are looking to industry to help fund, along with registration fees. So regarding the registration fee, you'll see in the amendment that we've decided on $250 for a registration fee per product, and a product would be considered a formulation not determined by size. So if the product had the same formulation, but it was offered in various sizes, that would be considered one registration. We talked to industry leaders in this area, and we got registration prices all the way from $50 would be adequate to up to $500. So it was all over the map, and we felt that $250 per product would be reasonable. I also have a letter that I sent out to you from the NPA, the Natural Products Association. They're the first to come on board, and we'll be committing funds to the Cannabidiol Program Fund. We've reached out to other industry resources also have not heard back, but this is something that we would want to continue to work on. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have, and if I can't answer them, I believe Representative Knirk would be able to.
Thank you, Representative. Is there any other comments? I see Representative Aaron has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much for your work on this, Representative Betsy. I just wanted to clarify what we had come to terms with regard to sales coming from the internet for maybe businesses that are selling in New Hampshire, out of state, or from.
I think Rep. Bixby is actually going to comment on that. So why don't we let him answer that?
Right. So the bill as amended has the phrase that basically defines a cannabidiol, a CBD product, as including products that are sold over the internet. In terms of how that's actually going to be policed, as with all the other enforcement elements of the bill, that is something that will be done through rulemaking in DHS. So you know, whether it's a and in terms of whether the origin of the product is from New Hampshire or from out of state, it does with the exception of food products. It doesn't matter where the product is coming from, it needs to be registered. With food products, there is currently a limitation on being able to sell a food product with CBD in it made in New Hampshire out of state. And that's because if doing that would violate a federal regulation. And that's why we have said that food products need to be just within the state. And there's also a clause there that says that if the federal government gets rid of the restriction, then then New Hampshire will have no restriction either. So I think that covers the internet sales part. And there's another part that Chairman Pearl and I did the final amendment, and what we did was in the amendment that you saw yesterday had an appropriation which would have come from otherwise unused funds in the governor's discretion. We removed that appropriation, and the entire funding will come through the Cannabidiol Program Fund, which will be donated to by people in the industry.
Thank you, Representative. And I think that's a key important part to this amendment, is that this program will be self-funding or it will not exist. We're not looking for any general fund appropriations. And I think the industry is asking for this program, and the industry is willing to support it. And I think that is something that I can support. Is there any other discussion?
Representative Pearl, thank you for that. And I just want to underscore that this is really coming from the industry. It's market driven. They've seen, exponential growth in the industry, and at the same time, they've seen a number of bad actors enter, and they feel that if we can't tighten this up in terms of the labeling and ensure that the consumer is getting the product that they purchase, that it could, in the long term, hurt the industry.
Thank you. Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is something you've already considered, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. But I'm just curious about the provision that says that all food products with CBD have to be, how's it worded, that the CBD has to be from New Hampshire. So my question and my curiosity is, how much of hemp is actually being grown in New Hampshire at this point to make that possible?
So I'll take Bixby can correct me if I'm
So the food product, let's say we're talking about a brownie or well, let's just say we're talking about a brownie. The food product is baked in New Hampshire, and the CBD is added to it in New Hampshire, but the origin of the CBD that is added to it doesn't need to be New Hampshire. It just needs to be a CBD product that has been approved, that has gone through the registration project process in New Hampshire. So let's say that the CBD manufacturer is in Colorado. A New Hampshire bakery buys their CBD from Colorado. They make sure that it is from a New Hampshire approved source, and then they add it to the brownie in New Hampshire, and that brownie can only be sold in New Hampshire. Does that clarify?
Thank you. Yeah, that clarifies it. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion points, questions, concerns? All right, not seeing any. So we have a motion on the table to move amendment number 2021-0405H, which is an amendment to House Bill 272. I'm going to, and they move the amendment as ought to pass, excuse me. And I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Chair. Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Burville.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Stapleton.
Yes.
Representative Mola.
Yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Mason.
Yes.
Representative Sanborn.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Bolden.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Von Klinske.
Yes.
Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan, would you state that again?
Sorry, yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Highland.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 9-0.
Okay, so I'm looking to Representative Dutsy for a motion of OTPA.
Yes, I would like to move House Bill 272 as OTPA, ought to pass with amendment.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Stapleton has a second. Representative Dutsy, you're recognized to speak to any further comments you have to the bill as amended.
No, I think we've pretty much covered it.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion amongst the members of the committee? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll, which is House Bill 272 OTPA with amendment number 2021-0405H.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Burville.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Stapleton.
Yes.
Representative Mola.
Yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Mason.
Yes.
Representative Sanborn.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Bolden.
Yes.
Representative Dutsy.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Von Klinske.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Highland.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 19-0.
Now that we have no appropriation in this bill, I believe we can put this on the consent calendar. Is there any objection? I will check with the Speaker's office to be certain, but if it can go on, I will put it on.
Thank you, committee. Thank you.
Okay, when the clerk is ready, next we will exec House Bill 177. Okay, next up we have House Bill 177. Prohibiting the siting of a landfill near a state park. I am going to look to Representative Verville for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 177 ITL.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Yes, I would.
Thank you, Representative Sanborn. Okay, we have yes, we have a motion of ITL moved and seconded. I will recognize Representative Verville to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I move this bill to be ITL is that while it is a well-intentioned bill, it's a bit misleading, I think, in its aim. And its aim seems to be directed at a particular project in the North Country located to Forest Lake State Park. And when we heard the testimony, we heard a lot of testimony about protecting surface waters as well as state parks. And there's nothing in the bill that protects surface waters or groundwater. We heard testimony on groundwater. It does nothing to change the regulations. It simply forbids the siting of a landfill within 2 miles of a state park, a fairly convenient distance given the proposed siting, given Forest Lake State Park's geographical position. I was invited to visit Forest Lake residents, and I took them up on that opportunity. I visited the state park. This project is not visible from the developed part of the state park in that area. So while I am sympathetic to the sponsors of the bill, I don't believe that this is an appropriate vehicle for accomplishing the desired goal. And so that is why I'm making a motion of ITL.
Thank you, Representative. I expect there'll be a lot of discussion on this bill, so I will ask everyone to just put their hand up and I will go through in the order that I see them. Representative Sofakidis, I'll recognize you first.
Unmute.
There you go.
What this bill attempts to do is take a very precious resource for the state of New Hampshire, and that is our state parks, and put a buffer around them. And we have received testimony from a man named Stephen Walker in the form of a letter, and he went through all of the state parks in New Hampshire that don't have zoning, and also he made a list. He intersected the list to see which ones could possibly have a landfill put next to them. And those state parks would be Lake Francis State Park, Coleman State Park, Androscoggin, Wayside State Park, Umbagog State Park, Molledgewok State Park, Forest Lake State Park, Wellington State Park, White Lake State Park, and Ditchville Knox State Park. One of our best resources here and is that we are a tourist destination, especially in the fall and the winter when we have the leaf peeping season, and right now they're having a boom year up there with all the skiing. It's it's just so fabulous up there. And there's so many other places in New Hampshire to put a state park. It does not have to be there. And we've heard today already that we don't even have a plan. The solid waste plan is so many years out of date. And so just to keep building them without a forward-facing plan, it seems ludicrous to me. And that's where my feelings are with it. This to protect our natural resources is first. Second of all, water is life. Third, the tourist industry, the mom and pop industries up there need to have protection. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am extremely opposed to an ITL motion, and obviously I'm going to vote against it. And that's for a number of reasons. First is that tourism is a major economic driver for New Hampshire, especially in the North Country. I have here petitions from 40 small business owners in the neighboring town of Littleton who oppose the proposed landfill near Forest Lake. I'd like to think that they know better than anyone about the economic implications of a project for their local area. Even Governor Sununu's Commissioner of Business and Economic Affairs, Taylor Caswell, has come out against this landfill on NHPR's The Exchange just a couple days before the public hearing. It's clear to me that our state parks are the secret sauce of our tourism industry. They're just as much a part of the New Hampshire advantage as no sales tax or income tax is. Secondly, while we've certainly talked a lot about one particular proposed landfill, this bill is not exclusive to Forest Lake. I want to remind everyone that this bill is about all of our state parks. Think about Rollins State Park in your neck of the woods, Representative Kennedy, or Silver Lake in your district, Representative Hamola. These places have been sacred to the residents and visitors of our state going back generations. My dad took me to Pawtuckaway when I was a kid. He also took me to Kingston State Park and White Lake in Tamworth. Now I take my daughter to those places, and you know what's changed in 30 years since my dad took me to those parks? Absolutely nothing. And that's the beauty of our parks. As the prime sponsor mentioned, it's like going back in time. If we place a landfill next to your favorite state park, what do you think it'll look like in 30 years? I think it'll smell like. Additionally, it's a well-known fact that the EPA has stated that all landfills leak eventually. So if we don't pass this bill and a landfill is placed close to a state park, it's not a question of if the park will be negatively affected by the landfill. It's a question of when. In the past couple of years, we've been learning a lot about the dangers of PFAS. Look at the Coakley landfill on the seacoast. It's been leaking toxic chemicals into the groundwater for decades. And we've seen a pediatric cancer cluster emerge there. If you've ever been to Disneyland in Anaheim, California, you'll notice that when you go through the gate, there's a sign that reads, and this is real, Disneyland contains chemicals known to the state of California to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm. Do we want to have to put a sign like that up at Pawtuckaway or White Lake? A 2-mile buffer zone around an important natural resource like a state park is not without precedent in the United States. I've sent a letter around to the committee members from the head of the Raleigh, North Carolina office of the Fish and Wildlife Service, which is part of the Department of the Interior. This letter was sent to the North Carolina House and Senate Environment and Agriculture committees when they were considering similar legislation. It laid out technical information to justify a 5-mile buffer zone around national wildlife refuges. The bill that was ultimately passed and signed into law did include that 5-mile buffer and also included a 1-mile buffer around game land and a 2-mile buffer around state parks. So North Carolina does exactly what we're proposing here. Furthermore, Georgia has a 3.2-mile buffer zone around their historic sites, And New Jersey has a 6.25 mile buffer zone around their national parks and wildlife areas. And these are not states known for their overreaching environmental protections. The letter went into detail about why these buffers are established. They're established because if a landfill is placed near a precious natural resource, any one of the following negative impacts can occur. Diminished public enjoyment and resulting reduction in visitation due to viewscape, noise, and odor impacts. Various negative impacts to native wildlife from landfill scavengers through displacement, depredation of nesting sites, and harassment. Modification of hydrology patterns and potential off-site consequences. Water quality degradation resulting from potential failures and unintended releases. Alteration of function and value of local wetland areas, and increased vehicular traffic, particularly large trucks, and associated impacts to wildlife. I am not anti-landfill. I understand trash has to go somewhere. But I do think we should make sure that they're placed in such a way to reduce the negative consequences. But placing one just feet from a state park is not how we reduce negative consequences, it's how we guarantee them. So to sum it up, the message should be loud and clear here. Small businesses don't want to see landfills near state parks. Citizens of our state don't want that. And visitors of our state don't want them either. This is a common sense and bipartisan bill that protects all of our state parks from the severe negative consequences of nearby landfills. And I hope you join me in voting no on this ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative. Representative Homolis, I will allow you to go next since you were invoked in Representative Booton's statement.
I know this is a very difficult decision, and this has been a very difficult decision for everybody on the committee. We take what people say very seriously. We've heard a lot of testimony for people in opposition, and we've also received testimony or received letters from people who want this project to go forward, not this bill, but I'm sorry, who want this bill not to go forward, people of Dalton. One of the things that I kind of take note with is that, the part of this bill that I can't get over is the fact that it's not that there's a 2-mile buffer being proposed around a state park. I think that sounds like I think that sounds reasonable in many terms. What really bothers me is it didn't occur to anyone to make this bill before this project in Dalton was being executed. And that to me seems like we're using legislative powers to overreach into an area. And that's what I'm really against. And I understand, as you had mentioned, Representative Bolton, about, invoking Silver Lake. I totally understand what you're saying. I will say, though, that we can't hold some of these places up on a pedestal, because one of the word on the street in Hollis is the best time to go to Silver Lake is when it's frozen, because there's a lot of housing around there. And quite frankly, they get a lot of bacterial problems. So although I'm not using that as a reason, I'm just saying let's not put everything up on a pedestal, because not everything is without problems sometimes already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Perez.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I will say that I will support 177. I visited a lot of parks. I've been going around and then seeing exactly, the beautiful areas in New Hampshire. We have so many people coming out of state because New Hampshire is so beautiful. I have the opportunity last weekend to go and visit this park, and then I saw exactly what this project is gonna be, and then I saw the houses and people gonna be able to see the trash. I visited some of the small businesses in the area, and then how horrible it is gonna be having the trucks with trash driving by these little small stores in the area. The economy is gonna be affected. And we're not talking about just this park. We have so many beautiful areas in our state. We have so many people coming, like even from around the world just to visit New Hampshire, because we have such a beautiful state that I'm so proud. I always told people that come and visit New Hampshire, because in New Hampshire we have so many beautiful places to visit, but we don't want to put these trash places close to the beautiful parks. And then not only that, but let companies bring trash out of state. We just heard from another bill that Massachusetts is bringing some of their trash to our state because it's cheaper to bring it to New Hampshire. Why are we going to allow a company and then someone to put more trash into our state? We have to protect our parks. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of points. First of all, even though Casella locating or trying to locate in this area was the impetus for this bill, it's not the focus of the bill. I know they want us to believe that it is, but it really isn't. It's the state parks that are the focus of this. Regarding the comment that if we were really concerned about state parks, we would have legislated this years ago. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of problems that have never come before the legislature because our constituents haven't brought us to them and we don't know they're a problem. Here we have a situation where our constituents brought us this issue. We looked at the broader issue of not only Lake Forest, but the fact that this could happen at any of our state parks. And looking at our state, statewide, we decided that it was important to have legislation going forward in this area. Regarding this being a vendetta against one company, I would say this is nothing different than years ago when certain cars gas tanks exploded when they were in an accident. That wasn't a vendetta against Chevy or GM or Ford, okay? It was an indication that we had a problem in the industry and the industry was looked at and they were asked to make changes so something like this didn't happen again. So I would ask you to look at it in the spirit that this legislation was put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I think I'm going to jump in here myself for just a minute. And it's just a couple of points. First off, I want to thank the committee. You're all bringing great points. We're all having a very civilized and excellent discussion. And I hope that the rest of the committees that are dealing with bills, whether maybe the committee isn't in agreement, are all watching this and learning and understanding that you can have a conversation amongst a group of people that don't always agree, and it can be civil and polite and respectful. So I want to applaud all of you for that, first off. I guess the points I want to make here is my main concern with this bill, and it was the same concern I had last year, and I didn't get my questions answered this year either. This is a landowner rights issue. I have a real problem with putting an arbitrary limit in statute that isn't backed by science. And I certainly appreciate all of the work that Representative Bolden has done on this, because he's raised some great points and brought some great information. We had a long discussion about this in our caucus, as well as I know you did on the Democratic caucus as well, and I'm positive that happened. And we have a lot of concern about the similar problems that are being raised by this bill. We just don't feel like this is the right vehicle to get us there. I myself personally and Representative Aaron, my vice chair, have had lengthy conversations with DES about this. Had some real discussion about, is there ways we could perhaps amend this and change it and get to a point where we could achieve what we're trying to do, which is help the community impact perhaps be a part of the siting process. We haven't got there yet. We're trying to find a way to do that. This bill doesn't get there, in my opinion. Again, I'm concerned about the rabbit hole we'd be going down by saying, okay, well, we're going to put this arbitrary buffer zone on. Well, what's next? A dairy farm? We don't like the way that smells. We don't like the way that looks. So we could, we could put that and say that couldn't be there. And I realize they're not exactly the same. But my point is, when we start down this path, we go in a direction that I think is dangerous for a legislature to go into. I respect completely everyone's opinion on this because I know it's all coming from a place of where we all care about our state. And I want to make sure that we all know that in the end, that none of us are certainly advocating for destruction of our state parks, but we have to find some common ground in a manner that would allow us to put the regulations that we feel we need in place, but not stepping on the landowner rights for one. And that's a major one for me. And I will reflect back on the previous bill that we just heard. We had a lot of testimony coming from many people about ways that we can solve our solid waste issues. I think we're going in a great direction there. The key certainly is reduction, and we all accept we have to have a place to go with the remaining parts. But one of the things that really stood out to me in that testimony was DES does a great job at what they do. That stood out to me, and I have confidence in DES that they're doing a great job in what they do, and I have confidence that they're paying attention when they're citing landfills. So for that reason, I'm going to support the ITL, and I appreciate all of you listening to my 2 cents on this. With that, I am going to go to Representative Kaplan is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your analysis. I think you have some good points. To me, it really comes down, and I recognize that this is a difficult issue with lots of valid viewpoints on both sides. But to me, I just look at it as a cost-benefit analysis, and I just say, what is the cost of this bill going forward? And I see the sunk time and investment of the private company who has spent a year, I don't know how many years in the planning process for this project. But then I think, well, if they're like any business worth its salt, they've already started planning for this eventuality, and I don't think it's really going to affect their bottom line much. There might be a cost to the landowner, but really the cost to the landowner is nil because he still owns the land and he can sell it to another user. What is the benefit? The benefit, it allows the state to implement a thoughtful analysis of citing possibilities and using a methodical and science-based analysis to find a proper site to take care of our common problem, which is what do we do with our solid waste. So that's how I look at it.
Representative Burke.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because we're having a conversation, I just want to circle back to a couple of things. So I do a lot of camping with my family, and we camp almost exclusively at New Hampshire state parks, and we've done that for decades, right? I bring my children there too. And Pawtuckaway, how many times did they close the beach at Pawtuckaway last summer because of fecal matter in the water, which is actually caused by the campground, by the state park? How many people are aware that Umbagog State Park got started, right, by the purchasing of a private campground? That was a private campground that the state purchased and converted into a state park. So would we have offered a bill to protect the private owner of that property had a landfill been proposed within a 2-mile radius? It's a fair question. Lake Francis State Park, one of my favorites. I go up north every year for Independence Day for a week with my family, and we stay at Lake Francis. I've got reservation coming up this year. Lake Francis State Park was a private campground that the state purchased and converted into a state park. So if a landfill would have been proposed within 2 miles of that property when it was privately held, and that was not that long ago, would we be considering legislation to protect it? When we talk about the small businesses that potentially could be negatively impacted by a landfill up by Forest Lake, not on Forest Lake, near Forest Lake, would we support a bill that would prohibit the siting of a landfill within 2 miles of any private small business that may anticipate a negative impact to their business. Would we file that bill? Would we support that bill? The state parks sort of are the buffer, right? When there's the very valuable piece of property, the monument, the natural wonder that we want to preserve, it is the state park. It's that land that provides the buffer around that particular item. And so to extend it out past that, for me, is a bit of a stretch too far. And Representative Sofakidis hits the nail on the head. Absolutely, right? This is a zoning issue. This is a zoning issue. So Dalton doesn't have zoning that precludes the landfill, or at least narrows the possibility of its siting. The state parks that we just heard about are state parks that are in or near communities that have chosen not to adopt zoning, right? So that's how they have chosen to operate their communities. Those are the decisions that they've made. That's how they want to govern themselves. And so when a neighboring community then says, well, they don't have zoning, and now this is going in and I don't like it, to come in with basically de facto state level zoning doesn't seem like the best approach to solve that problem. So if a community abuts another community and that community doesn't like the zoning policies of the neighboring community, can they come to the state legislature to get an RSA that puts their de facto zoning into place for other communities? I mean, I don't think so. That those are the analogies of what we're talking about when we listen to these points being articulated. I live in Deerfield. Okay, I am almost abutting Bear Brook State Park. Pawtuckaway State Park has property, into Deerfield. So does Bear Brook. So I get the value of the state park, but to say that we're going to have a 2-mile buffer around every state park for a landfill only, right? What about mining? What about excavation? What about the development of particularly tall structures for whatever reason? One of the complaints that we heard, is noise and runoff at Forest Lake, that they feel that that's going to threaten the state park. There's already noise up there. When I visited, all you could hear was the din of snowmobiles. The property in question is currently being managed for aggregate production, right, sand and gravel, and it's also being managed for forestry. I drove up as far as I could on the property's access road till I hit the gate, and it is quite clear that property is already being managed for things that bring heavy equipment, large trucks in and out. Perhaps there'll be more trucks with the landfill, maybe not. I don't know. So I think we need to keep a lot of these things in mind. And so again, it's for all of these reasons combined that for me, this is ITL, and that's why I'm going to support the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Aaron, you haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Thank you very much. And I got to echo what Chairman Pearl had said about everybody on this committee having such very valid points and working together and talking. And I can't say more about how much I appreciate that, since I have sat on other committees and it's not like this. That being said, I agree with the points that Representative Verville came up with, the points that Representative Bolden has come up with. All of these points really, they resound with, it resonates with me. But what I see with this bill is that it's more or less citing criteria. And this citing criteria is made without really any technical proof or technical sense. I mean, why not 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles. I mean, it just seems too arbitrary for me. And as well as, yes, let's protect our state parks, but what about our national parks, our historical sites, our tourist areas, our recreational rail trails? Those are also places where tourists go to, where we cherish for our very limited recreational time these days. So I'm very torn with it, but I think we also have to go back to the statute that we already have that DES has to follow. And maybe we need to do more to make sure that they do follow it. That says that with regard to public benefit requirements for solid waste management, that facilities necessary to meet solid waste capacity needs must be designed and operated in a manner which will protect the public health and the state's natural environment. We've been all talking about the same thing. It's here in the statute. We want to meet the capacity needs of the state while minimizing adverse environmental, public health, and long-term economic impacts. It's here in the statutes. The department shall also consider, as part of its public benefit determination, the concerns of the citizens and the governing bodies of the host municipality, county, and district, and other affected persons. It's in the statutes. So DES has to take into consideration all of these factors, and I hope that they will. And that being said, I think that the working group that we discussed prior to this bill will go a long way also to bring about change into how we look at, cite, consider are the landfills. And, we do need the landfill. So I have to agree that this bill does not really do what we want it to do. And so I have to go with ITL. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sofakidis, you have your hand up. Is that still up, or did you have further comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just say that this bill has already come before this committee once before, and it was Bill 1319, and it was last session. So for the argument that this bill was late to the game, that is incorrect. And so I just wanted to have that on the record.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Murray, you haven't had a chance to speak yet. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, part of the conversation that we're having around what is best moving forward in citing for all natural resources around land, state parks, I think is an important consideration about how we've proactively moved forward. Additionally, I have heard concerns directly from constituents who own property in that area, who cite concerns around property values of their own properties. And I think that that is an important also part to consider when we talk about natural resources, and we're also talking about the use of the state parks and the environment. So I think this is a broader issue than just for this one community. I think we would be potentially setting precedent for years to come.
Thank you. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to comment on some of the statements made about arbitrariness, regarding the 2 miles. I think in statute, we have a number of situations that mimic this exactly. I don't know all of them, but I know regarding wetlands, I believe the state law is a wetland boundary is 100 feet. And I think the cities and the towns can change it. I know in Nashua, we have a critical, we have a prime wetlands of 75 feet and a critical wetlands of 40 feet. Arbitrary. I mean, there's no science based on exactly why that should be. So I think we already have it in state statute that, there are areas that are marked out and it's an arbitrary number just because, it seemed to be right at the time. So I'm really not concerned about that. I mean, you have to pick out a number, and people talk about it and they think about it. It's just like HB 272. Why did we choose $250 for a registration fee? Well, we talked to this person, that person, dilly-dallied around about it and said that seemed to be reasonable. And I'm sure we have that in statute over and over and over again. So I don't think we're cutting any new ground if we go ahead and pass this bill with a 2-mile limit.
Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little surprised at some of the stuff I'm hearing. I've heard comments that our state parks, they aren't that great. What message does that send to visitors? Silver Lake, Pawtuckaway, they have issues sometimes. We have to shut them down because of bacteria. Let's just build a mountain of trash next to it. What message does that send? And what kind of solution is that? That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense.
Well, Representative, I'm not sure where you heard that comment because I did not hear that comment that anyone disparaged our state parks. I think the comment was more related to something that Representative Lola discussed about that not all things are as pristine as we're always saying. I think that was more the comment, but I appreciate and understand what you're saying. Thank you. Is there any further comment? Representative Dutsey, did you have another comment?
Well, I just want to make one comment, and that's to reiterate what other people have said. It is very enjoyable to be able to engage in a policy discussion where we have differences of opinion, but we're all trying to do the best for the state. And I think there are very few committees in which we can do this. And I want you to know that how much I also appreciate this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Perez.
Yeah, I want to echo that. To be honest, me coming from the minority groups, and then this is the first time that I'm a state representative, I feel so welcoming in this committee, and I feel like I can use my voice and I can be heard, and with all the respect, we all respect each other. And then when it comes to this bill, to be honest, we have an amazing state, we have an amazing parks. And I'm only not seeing just for this generation, but with it, for the next generations. And I have so many friends and so many family members that come from all around the world. And then I have that privilege to tell them, that we have such a beautiful state. And I would love to protect the parks. And, I don't want them to bring trash from out of state. We have enough problem with our trash. Why are we going to allow more trash to come into our state? We already have issues with water being contaminated. The air is contaminated. I see this as something that we can work as a committee. And with all my respect, I will ask you to support this bill because we need to protect, and this is not about one project. This is about everything that's so beautiful in our state.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go with supporting the ITL, but I'm sympathetic to the bill's intent and the plights of the landowners. And I really appreciate Representative Bolden's testimony earlier on with interesting information about buffers at different states. The only question I would have to satisfy myself would be what the details of those laws are, if there was any other measuring criteria other than a raw number buffer. And that's my problem with this bill. We're closing the barn door after the horse is rushing out, or maybe while it's rushing out. Another expression, devil in the details, or lack thereof. I would think that a bill would be better suited to advisory criteria to DES in absence of zoning, not only with the groundwater issue, but, you know, line of sight aesthetics, green barriers like that have been utilized in other areas and other states that preserve aesthetics and sight, deter wind transmission of odors, dampen sound from machine operations of recycling centers, as well as the groundwater considerations and probably many other things that could go into measuring criteria. The raw number doesn't do it for me. It should be 2 miles, maybe it should be 1 mile, maybe it should be 3 or 6 miles, but that's dependent upon case by case where the site is and the circumstances. And so I think the bill falls short as much as I sympathize with its intent and grieve for the landowners and the neighbors who feel aggrieved about having a dump sited in their neighborhood. I would encourage a better bill with more detail and advisory criteria to the DES, and so I'm going to support the ITL.
Thank you, Representative. Well, folks, we've had about an hour of discussion on this. We're not really hearing any new points. I'll continue on as long as you want to. I'll just remind you that we do have a few more bills we need to exec. So Representative Kaplan, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to add one more point of view, and that's the fact that if we go ahead with ITLing this bill, that would be in the face of what's pretty amazing amount of public support for this bill, especially from people in the local area. And I think that it would be seen as kind of arrogant of us to just discount that and ITL this bill, given some kind of vague notion that it's not specific enough or not detailed enough scientifically, especially given what we know about the lack of capacity in the DES for doing that kind of strategic analysis, and the fact that, you know, this would be a good time to pause and allow us to catch up to where we are in terms of dealing with the solid waste problem before we rush ahead with a project that is very, very, you know, unpopular. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate and respect everyone's testimony here today and what they're saying and your opinions. The one thing that I fall back on is, yes, we've had issues in the state. Representative Bolden mentioned Coakley, PFAS. We had those issues, but I think that DES, in moving forward and with new technologies, has managed those issues and is very cognizant that these happened in the past and will be doubly sure that they won't happen again. I mean, they're already changed. There's things that didn't happen in previous landfills that are happening in this one just by the design of it. I think that we have a Department of Environmental Services and we have a commissioner who is very aware of our natural resources, that we are a tourist state. And again, this is a zoning issue. And I think we have to look to them in their guidance and their expertise. They are not going to jeopardize our natural resources. It's stated right in the RSA that they cannot. And I think that moving, you know, nobody wants to have a landfill in their backyard. I mean, I'm just going to say it. But the Department of Environmental Services has determined that this is a suitable site. It just happens to be in the town of Dalton, where people in Narrow State Park. If this was somewhere else, would we be having the same discussion? I would venture to say yes. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think I'd like a point of clarification there, Representative Comtois. I don't believe that the DES has made that determination yet that it's suitable. I believe they're still accepting the application.
Oh, well, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Thank you for that. But may I just say something? That
Yes.
if they do accept the application, then then I believe they would have done their due diligence.
Sure.
I apologize for the misstatement.
I think just about all of us has had a chance to speak except Representative Bixby, and now he's got his hand back up again. So if you're all okay with it, I think I'm going to let Representative Bixby speak, and then we'll put this to a vote because we've been quite a while here.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting against the ITL because I feel strongly that we should be defending our state parks and that the state parks are really one of the major drivers of our touristry industry, and there are a lot of small businesses that depend on those state parks to to provide their customer base, and the siting of a landfill right next to a state park would be would diminish the value of that park. We do have a lot of other land in the state that is not within 2 miles of a state park, and that is available with the same due diligence that DES will give for any siting issue. That is available for development as a landfill or other businesses as long as they meet the siting the permitting requirement. So I think that making that 2 mile around a state park cutout is an appropriate way of defending our state parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
And I just have a procedural question, just to understand, if I could.
Go ahead, Representative Bolden.
Well, I just, one of the things I want to mention was that I appreciate Representative Kaplan mentioned that the blue sheet was 335 to 33, but the procedural question I had was that I have an amendment put together for this bill, and it's been a while since we've had something like this, and I just want to make sure I understand. Would we have to defeat the ITL motion before we could talk about any amendment to the bill? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
I wasn't sure myself, so I checked with the clerk today because I wanted to make sure procedurally I handled this well so that I was giving your amendment the due process that it deserves. But he informed me if we have an ITL on the table, then you would have to defeat that because you can't amend an ITL motion.
Great. Thanks so much.
You're very welcome. All right. Is everybody all set to put this to a vote? All right. If so, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. We have an ITL motion on the table and seconded on House Bill 177. And I'll ask the clerk to call a roll on it. Thank you.
Representative Aaron? Yes. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Verbo?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
No.
Representative Sofakidis?
No.
Representative Bolden?
No.
Representative Dutsy?
No.
Murray?
No.
Representative Klinski?
No.
Representative Kaplan?
No.
Representative Highland?
No.
Perez?
No.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 10-9.
Again, I thank everyone on the committee for a very spirited and respectful debate, and I look forward to working on the next bill.
It should go much quicker. To me, it's not going to make sense.
Okay, House Bill 199 is the one we'll do next. Now, when the clerk is ready, I will. Yes.
Okay. Are you ready or?
Yeah, go ahead. So we'll be accepting House Bill 199, and I will look to Representative Bixby for an amendment.
Okay, so I move House Bill 199 and offer amendment 2021-0351H.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Representative Mola, and I will recognize Representative Bixby to speak to his bill.
Okay, and I just have a couple of notes here I want to bring up. Okay, so I'm speaking to the amendment specifically. I worked on the amendment with Representative Homola, and and she was very helpful in terms of helping iron out some of the weaker points and helping me make them much stronger. So the one thing that has been changed throughout is the bill as introduced had the phrase climate change and environmental change, and that's changed throughout as changing environment and climate, or changing climate and environment, or changes in climate and environment, depending on the wording context. There was some question about how the word mitigation was being used, and I decided that based on testimony from Roger Noonan, who helped me draft the original bill, it actually didn't make sense in the context of New Hampshire to have the term mitigation, and it actually just created more confusion. So the term mitigation has been removed. I changed the definition of adaptation to remove the phrase climate change and environmental change. So it's a cleaner definition of the word adaptation. And at Representative Homola's suggestion, I have included more emphasis on drought resilience. So that's what the amendment does.
Thank you, Representative. Is there any further discussion or comment? Representative Homola.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to Representative Bixby for letting me work with him on this. And I was really pleased with the end product, and I was really pleased with bringing drought more in the forefront of that. And I just want to say thank you for being open to these changes and taking the time to talk with me on that.
You're most welcome.
Any further discussion from the committee? Yes. All right, seeing none, I am going to, and I am sorry, I can't find my copy of the amendment right this second. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on ought to pass on amendment number 2021-0351H.
Chairman? Yes. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Burville?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Stavrakidis?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Von Klinske?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
Yes.
Representative Highland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Representative Perez, I need to ask you to turn your camera on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had it off. Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 19-0.
Without any objection, I'll put this on the consent
No,
calendar.
that was just the adoption.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, how about the amendment? Hey, you want to adopt the actual bill? Sorry, I'm getting tired. All right, so we have passed the amendment, and I'm looking now for a motion of OTPA to Representative Bixby.
Okay, so I move OTPA with amendment 2021-0351H. Did I give the bill number? HB 199 2021-0351H. So moved.
Representative Miller seconds. Would you like any further discussion on the bill, Representative Bixby?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that this will provide a scientific update to the state soil statute that will allow our conservation districts to be more competitive for grants, the grants they're using to do the really good work they're already doing.
you, Representative. Any further discussion from the committee? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to quickly state that this was some nice collaborative work. And earlier on, I wasn't comfortable with the language in the original bill, but the language that was adopted through hard work, very comfortable and appropriate. Nice job. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 199 OTPA with Amendment 2021-0351H.
Representative Aaron?
Yes.
Representative Comtois? No. Representative Verbo?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton? Yes. Representative Mola?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Safakidis?
Yes.
Representative,
Yes.
Representative Dutsey?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
Yes.
Highland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 18-1.
Any objection to putting this on the consent calendar?
Yes, sir.
All right, then I shall do that.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. When the clerk is ready, we will do House Bill 367 next.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just have a question, question for the chair. On 177, can we get a minority report on that, or?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I was going to discuss the report deadlines, but while she's getting ready, I'll do that.
Okay, I'm ready.
Well, I'm still. So any minority reports or the folks who are doing the majority reports, I'm going to need to have you get those into me tomorrow. I think by noon is okay, but the earlier the better, so that I have a chance to approve them and get back to you if there's any concerns.
Sure.
So the earlier the better. I have to get them in place by tomorrow. I believe it's 4 p.m. is my deadline.
Okay, and I'm just a follow-up.
Yes.
I'm curious, can the minority report include an amendment, or can it not because we never discussed the amendment?
That I don't know the answer to, but I will inquire. Okay.
I can answer that. I can provide an answer to that. So the minority report requires that you say the motion that you would have wanted. So you can say, so you would say that the motion that you would have wanted was the OTPA and the amendment number that you would have wanted.
Okay, and then that amendment can get on the calendar, correct?
And the amendment number doesn't actually appear in the calendar, but nor does the unless you include it in your text, nor does the OTPA. But in your minority report, you could say the minority felt that we needed that this should have been passed with an amendment to do such and such.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll double check this for the heck of it with Paul and make sure on the amendment part too, because I didn't ask him that part. I just asked him the first one. Great question. Thank you. Okay, next we will do House Bill 367. Yes. And I'm looking to Representative Mason for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to recommend that House Bill 367 retain in committee so we can do some additional work to it.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. Gail Sanborn.
Gail Sanborn, okay. So we have a motion and a second to retain House Bill 387. Representative Mason, did you want to? 367, I'm sorry.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes, you're right. Well, they're one under the other on my sheet here. House Bill 367, yes. Representative Mason, did you have any further comments you wanted to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the information we heard today, I think we just need to look over the language a little bit more and do some more research on it and make sure that it's what's good for everybody in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion from committee members? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on House Bill 367 with a motion of retain.
Representative Aaron? Yes. Representative Combs? Yes. Representative Burville?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola? Yes. Representative Kennedy? Yes. Representative Mason?
Yes.
Sanborn?
Yes.
Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Sofokidis?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey?
Yes.
Mark
Yes.
Konczynski?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
Yes.
Representative Hyland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 19-0.
Okay, next, when the clerk is ready, we will do House Bill 413. What's that? All right, I'm looking to Representative Murray for a motion.
Did you say Representative 416? Is that correct? Sorry.
413, yes.
Sorry. Thank you. You cut out. I would like to move HB 413 and offer amendment 0343H as OTPA.
It's 2021-0343H.
I'd like to second that.
We have a motion that is moved and seconded, law to pass. And we have amendment 2021-0343H offered, and I will recognize Representative Murray to speak to her motion.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we heard much testimony and support around addressing long-term planning and waste disposal hierarchy and the complex nature around our solid waste management practices as a whole, we noted that we're at a critical intersection in our ability to deal with our refuse, to divert compostable waste, to promote the ability to compost, including meat and dairy, and effectuate environmental stewardship. And with that, I urge OTPA.
Thank you, Representative. Is there any further comments or they would like to make on the amendment? All right, seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll. We have a motion of ought to pass on amendment to House Bill 413, amendment number 2021-0343H.
Representative Aaron? Yes. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Burville?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola? Yes. Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Sanborn?
Yes.
Bixby?
Yes.
Sofokidis?
Yes.
Bolden?
Yes.
Dutsey?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Representative Konczynski?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
Yes.
Representative Hyland?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Passes 19-0.
Okay, I will look to Representative Murray for an OTPA motion on House Bill 413 with amendment 2021-0343H.
Yes, thank you. I move that HB 413 with amendment 2021-0343H ought to pass with amendment.
Do I have a second? The motion is moved and seconded. I'll recognize Representative Murray to speak to her motion.
I think everything that we had said in the past is applicable here, so I'd like to continue just with OTPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments from the committee? Well, I would like to say that I appreciate the work that was done on this bill from the previous E&A group on the last bill. And I think you've put together something that's going to be really important for our state going forward. As we all know, managing our solid waste is of key importance to all of us. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. So we have an amendment on the floor of ought to pass as amended OTPA on House Bill 413 with Amendment 2021-0343H.
Representative Aaron. Yes. Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Stapleton.
Yes.
Representative Mola.
Yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Mason.
Yes.
Sanborn.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Bolden.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Highland.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion passes 19-0.
Any objection to putting this on consent? Hearing none, I shall do so.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to apologize to the committee for my dog jumping up on the back, and I apologize to the members of the offense.
Thank you. I didn't happen to see him myself, but I appreciate that. All right, our last and final bill. House Bill 437. This is the meat inspection bill. And so when the clerk is ready, I will look to Representative Comtois to make a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt amendment 2021-0404H.
I would,
I have a second.
yes, second.
Thank you, Representative. I will recognize Representative Comtois to speak to a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is really necessary so that we can understand the issue with the shortage of animal slaughter in facilities in New Hampshire, and to find out how we can make this state more food security is a real issue. And by finding out why animal slaughterhouses, why there's a shortage, and why people have to book a year in advance to get the meat processed, we will, the study committee will be a valuable source.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'd just like to echo that and really thank Representative Comtois for broadening the scope of this bill from just studying the meat inspection program to studying the underlying issue of a lack of sufficient slaughter facilities and ways that we might be able to fix that as a state.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on an OTP on Amendment 2021-0404H, the House Bill 437.
Representative Aaron. Representative Comtois. Yes. Representative Verville.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Stapleton.
Yes.
Representative Mola.
Yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Yes.
Representative Mason.
Yes.
Representative Sanborn.
Yes.
Representative Bixby.
Yes.
Sofakidis.
Yes.
Representative Bolden.
Yes.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes.
Murray.
Yes.
Plinsky.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Highland.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Motion passes 19-0.
Okay, so I'll be looking to Representative Comtois for an ought to pass OTPA motion on 437.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend us pass with amendment 2021-0404H.
Do I have a second?
437, excuse me.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comtois, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
I think that I basically said everything.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Seeing none, with the motion on the floor is House Bill 437 OTPA with Amendment 2021-0404H. Now I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Aaron? Yes. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Burville?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Stapleton?
Yes.
Representative Mola? Yes. Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Sanborn?
Yes.
The Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Bonaplinski?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan?
Yes.
Island?
Yes.
Representative Perez?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 19-0.
Everyone okay with us going on consent? All right. Once again, I want to thank the committee. We've done a long day's work here. We've been here since 9 a.m. and I appreciate all of your efforts. This is our final bills that we have on our calendar. So we won't be getting together as a committee again until we get after crossover with any bills that come over from the Senate. So I'd like to thank you all. You've done a yeoman's work here on all of these bills, and I know there's been a lot of individual effort behind the scene that most people don't see. And I'd especially like to thank Representative Bixby because he and I have worked seamlessly on many of these bills together, making sure that things go smoothly on the day today. So I give him as much credit as anyone on making our hearing days go smoothly. So, and with that, I'll recognize Representative.
Yes, I'd like to also thank the committee for the good collegial work we've been doing, and especially thank Chairman Pearl for being a very good working partner and recognizing where we can and can't come to agreement. And I'm pleased that on the whole we managed to come to agreement, even though there were a few sticking points earlier. We worked through a lot of stuff, and I'm impressed with how well our committee is working together.
Yeah.
Representative Kiedis.
Thank you. Do you know when these bills will be on the calendar?
If we get them in time, all of them will make it. Any on consent will definitely make it on next week's calendar, as long as we get all of our committee reports in time. I'm not positive that HB 177 will be, only because I know there's a lot of bills already on the calendar, and I don't know for sure if it will make it on or not. But I'm certainly going to try, because I think we've done a great job on it, and I want to get it to the floor so we can have further our conversation there.
Thank you.
So I will say, Representative Bolden, if you can get a report into me as soon as you can, and you wanted an OTPA motion for the minority.
I think I would want to discuss with my caucus exactly which one, but
perfect,
as long as possible.
You'll let me know that. I assume you're writing the blurb, most likely. Okay. I just committed you. Representative Murray.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it was an honor to meet the new members, even though we are in a mixed sort of hybrid. And I wanted to also say thank you to the chair for teaching, providing learning opportunities for all of the members too. I really enjoy working with you guys, and it's an honor to serve on the committee. So thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. And for those of us who are driving home, safe travels. And for those of you who are already there, you got a leg up on us. All right. With that, I'm going to close the hearing for today, and we'll see you all next week at the session. Don't forget the 24th and 5th, we have house sessions.